Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Like everyone must be aware now, Kenya Kwanza government has taken a retreat to go and take stock of their performance of their first 100 days in stock. And therefore tonight we'll be looking on how do you rate them and uh, what do you make of what you are hearing and what you are seeing. I want to invite your opinion and your take about this entire exercise. Is it the way things should be? And if that is the way things should be, how do you make of the first 100 days of Kenya Kwanza administration? In my opinion, there is more talk than action in actually making the life of Kenyans better and more attainable. But we will start together even as we look at it keenly, just to, ventilate and probably take a position that is necessary for each one of us to understand what is the situation and how do we appropriate it in our lives. This country is of great importance to each and every Kenyan of goodwill, and so we must lay to heart what becomes of it, since we are all fed and sustained by the same. It says, in all labor, there is profit. Okay. And even the king is fed by the field or by what comes from the field. So we cannot pretend not to be concerned about the Kenyan situation, since we are all inhabitants of this particular land, and it becomes our duty whether things are being done the right way or not. I invite your input even as we start out the conversation. More than that, we need to reach out for divine intervention, since we are creatures. We have a creator who we can resort to, especially when, as creatures, we are limited in how much we can know, how much we can do, and how much we can deploy in finding solutions to what bedevils us. So I want us to believe together and pray as we start out our show tonight. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we exalt you. We lift you higher above our questions, high above our confusion, high above our fears. We acknowledge that in you we find solace, in you we find comfort, in you we find satisfaction. We pray that you will, by your mighty hand, uphold us as a people and as a nation. You that knows all things, understands all things, and able to do all things. We reach out to you for mercy, and we reach out to you for interventions that will rescue this country from the wrong path and be taken back to the right path. I pray for each and every Kenyan, wherever they are around the world, that you alone be the Lord and the King of this great nation and be the support and the deliverer of our people. We pray in the name of Jesus that by your wisdom, this nation will be rescued, this nation will be delivered, and this nation will be governed. We rise up against every strange wisdom and every strange worship in the land that may be causing us the confusion and the pains and the dilemma that we are faced with as a people. We decree in the name of Jesus that only the wisdom from above will govern this land, and the wisdom from above will thwart and destroy every other strange wisdom. We pray that the light of God that shines in darkness and darkness cannot comprehend it be shone forth over this land. That Jehovah God, by your banner, let this country, O God, be rescued from evil. We lift the banner of Jehovah over the land from the east through the west, from the north through the south. In the mighty name of Jesus, we decree that your divine order shall be established in the hearts, in the minds, and every aspect of our lives. Glorify your name in our midst. Glorify your name in our going out and in our coming in. We enthrone you over this program, even as we carry on with the discussion. Let your light shine forth and let your truth stand out. We shun the lies, the propaganda, and all manner of deceptive talks that may end up confusing Kenyans. We pray for enlightenment and quick understanding by your spirit and by your power and by your wisdom. Take all the glory and the praise. We love you. We bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen and amen. Well, thank you so much for making time to join us for the show tonight. We invite your input and your contribution even as we look into the retreat that Kenya Kwanza have taken and the talks that are taking place right now by reason of the president and his team are looking at how best they intend to serve Kenyans and deliver for this great country. From where I sit, Kenyans are left with more questions than answers. So we need to look at how do you rate Kenya Kwanza, their first 100 days in office. The retreat, is it worthwhile in comparison of how well they have performed and how much is being spent into this retreat that is taking place? What makes the retreat necessary when there is cabinet twice a week and all that is facilitated within the ordinary functions of government operations. So I invite you to call in as many as you can to join into the discourse. Asante sana mahala popote ulipo, karibu kwa show, tuendelee kwa pamoja. Karibisha wawili watatu ili tukamakinike pamoja tunapochambua siasa zetu na kuelewa ni nini ambacho lazima tukisimamie kama tutakuwa msaada kwa maisha ya Wakenya na katika kutekeleza wajibu wetu kama wazalendo na wale ambao wamejitolea mhanga kuhakikisha kwamba hii nchi haitatokomea na hii nchi haitaongozwa vibaya. Uongozi mbaya hauwezi kusaidia nchi yoyote, na haswa katika bara la Afrika kuna mambo mengi ambayo tunakumbana nayo, na haya mambo yote yanatokana na uongozi tulio nao ama viongozi tulio nao. Na tusiporekebisha uongozi, hakuna vile tutarekebisha hali ya maisha ya watu wetu ama ya bara letu. Na kuna haja ya kujifanya ama kuwa wanafiki. Lazima tuwe tayari kuangazia yote ambayo tunakumbana nayo ili tuwe tayari kutekeleza wajibu wetu. Karibuni kila mmoja, tukamakinike pamoja. Asante sana. Kuna Samuel Kinaro. God bless you. Thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Mary Mtindi. Amen. Thank you so much. Of course, kuna nani huyu? Mwasia Irene. The only option remaining for believers is prayers. Well, thank you so much. We are praying and we must keep praying. Margaret Wanjiru, amen. Thank you so much. Jacqueline Ketuba, Good evening to you. Thank you so much. Kuna Mark Meki, thank you so much. Mambo sawa sawa, tunashukuru Mungu kwa kibali na neema tuliyotunukiwa kuwa sehemu ya suluhisho kwa masuala yetu na kwa uwezo wa huyo Mungu. Kilonzi K Richard na hewa nipata vizuri sana, asante sana. Haya, tumakinike pamoja, usitazame peke yako, karibisha wawili watatu. Take that link, share it in all your WhatsApp groups, share it in your Facebook groups, and ensure that the whole world tunes in and enjoys what is being passed across from where we are to the rest of the world. Those of you who want to join into the studio and be able to say one, two things, please, the link is in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will get talking. And also, those of you following us on Twitter, it is not possible for us to share that link on Twitter, and therefore you will need to either switch to our Facebook page or our YouTube channel in order to get the link that will lead you into the studio for you to make your live contribution towards what we are looking at: the retreat of the Kenya Kwanza government and the stock they are taking, and the state of the hearts and the minds of Kenyans, even as they critically look at the whole situation. The 100 days have achieved what? What is in the pocket of Kenyans? What is in the bag of Kenyans after 100 days of Kenya Kwanza government? From where I sit, the pocket of Kenyans has lost more since Kenya Kwanza took office than ever in the history of this great country. Sasa sijui unaopatia maksi ngapi? Kwangu mimi nina hofu na mashaka mengi sana tu kwa sababu ya uongozi wa Kenya Kwanza. Kwa hivyo tuambiane ukweli, Peter Mbogani, stock taking but resource wastage. Asante sana brother Wafula, good evening. Asante sana. Of course, thank you. Mzee wetu Michael Ngige, Ruto must go, Ruto must go. That is where I feel we need all to get to, because this guesswork is too much and we need our people and our country to take off. Schools are opening in uncertainty. Children need to go to junior secondary in unclear circumstances. Subsidies are withdrawn. Direction is not clear. And the Bible says that if the trumpet blows uncertainty, who will prepare for war? If there's no clear leadership from the top, how are we going to align ourselves and be able to move forward as a nation? And so let's look at this critically. And then, of course, this also cross-cutting in terms of the African state of affairs. Our leaders across, in comparison with the rest of the world, how are they doing what they are supposed to do? And of course, there is also the influence of the West and Mzungu in terms of how Africa is being led. We have great brains that can help this continent pick up and become the powerhouse of the entire world. But there seems to be a spirited effort to stifle right leadership, putting what I call squared pegs in round holes and round pegs in squared holes, just to see to it that systems fail, government fail, and Kenyans or the African people continue suffering? How do we respond to this rightly so that we get our act together and help our continent and our country take off with our capabilities and the immense resources that are within our reach and available within our God given space? This is a conversation that we all must buy into if we will be a people that God will be proud of. Somebody say that whatever God gives us is our gift to us, and our gift back to Him is in what we do with it. We can't be rich in all the resources yet live in lack of everything. There is something wrong with that picture, and we must fix it as a people. And so, as we come here and begin to discuss from all different walks of life, I want us to have a wider scope. I want us to look at this critically and be able to judge matters for what they are. And there is a conversation I've been listening to by the Zambian president. I would want to play it so that as we start out the conversation, we begin to look at how leaders engage, especially when they take on a leadership in critical matters, when the country is in a critical position. I think we have one or two things to appropriate and appreciate from how this particular president took over office and the kind of mitigation he has put in place in ensuring that the Zambian government is, picking up and recovering. There are a lot that we can share on the same, but let's get this. While you are going full speed, invite guys. Let's just get those numbers rising up of the people viewing, people participating into what we are talking about. Many children joining from one will not be able to go to school. I mean poor children. Huyo ni mzee wetu Michael Ngige, mzazi ambaye ana hofu na mashaka watoto wanarudi shule kivipi wakati malipo ndio hayo yamepanda, hali ya maisha ndio hiyo iko juu, wazazi hawajui hata system ya education itakuwa nini, alafu kuna wastage ya hela za umma wakati watu wanaenda retreat kuenda kujivinjari wakisema wanazungumza kuhusu agenda Kenya. Haya, tuendelee. Mwazia Irene, karibu sana. Pamela Kageni, karibu sana. Karibu tafadhali, karibisha mtu. Gitonga wetu ndio huyo, karibu sana. Tuzungumze masuala haya kwa kina. They will still make promises, total wastage of resources. Ruto ever blaming Uhuru government, yet he was part of it. Give them 0%. Aya, Wascon anasema good evening, thank you so much. Kuna nani huyu? Okay. Long live Baba. Aya, thank you so much. Happy birthday to Baba. Okay. Halima Juma, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu? Kitonga Salome Mbone, siku nyingi, karibu sana. Welcome back. Kuna Nikta Nyambane, karibu kwa show, tunashukuru tu sana. Roda Njenga Otieno, karibu kwa show, asante sana dada yetu. Alafu tuendelee. Mombasa Leaders Ban Mira. Aya. That one is interesting. Okay, let's listen out to this even as we start out the conversation. I think we have a leaf for two to borrow from this and probably begin to differentiate the leadership that is going on out there and the leadership we are being treated to as Kenyan people. Haya, tuanzie wapi? Acha tuanzie hapa kwa stock taking. alafu wacha tu tumpate huyu briefly is lengthy, but we'll just pick 1-2 things, then we bring in the other video. Karibu.
I'm so pleased to welcome you all today to the Council on Foreign Relations meeting with President Hakainde Hichilema of Zambia. I am Michelle Gavin. I'm the Ralph Bunche Senior Fellow for Africa Policy Studies here at the Council, and I'll be presiding over today's discussion. And we're joined today by Council members both live here in Washington and virtually online from various locations. So, of course, you all have the President's bio in your materials. I will just very briefly summarize. After completing his undergraduate degree at the University of Zambia, he went on to earn an MBA from the University of Birmingham and had a tremendously successful career in the corporate world as an entrepreneur, an investor, philanthropist. But for those who aren't deeply familiar with Zambia or the President, do not imagine he is some kind of newcomer to politics. He has led the United Party for National Development since 2006, stood numerous times as a candidate for the presidency. In 2017, his predecessor had him arrested, charged with treason and imprisoned, a charge that was dropped after significant domestic and international criticism over its lack of substance and obvious political motivation. So he has been in the arena for many years and has assumed real personal risk. And for those of us worried about rising authoritarianism and democratic decline, Zambia's 2021 elections were a rare good news story. A situation in which, despite the deck being heavily stacked in favor of the incumbent, voters turned out in unprecedented numbers to express their will for a change. But the challenges before any Zambian administration are significant. Zambia's government must simultaneously try to meet the demands of its citizens, hopeful for more opportunity, better service delivery, and the demands of its creditors. The country's staggering debt burden, nearly $15 billion of external debt, is so great that the country defaulted on its payments in 2020. The negative impact of COVID-19 on the country's health and economy has now been compounded by the global economic and supply chain consequences of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And as ever, Zambia is in a complicated neighborhood. So now, over a year after assuming office, you've been able to make progress on important parts of your agenda. And so perhaps we could just start, by talking about what you've accomplished thus far in terms of service delivery, economic stabilization, the IMF deal, and what the path forward is with Zambia's creditors that can get the country on a better footing to provide the government some fiscal space in which to operate. Because it's awfully hard to respond to popular demands in an era of austerity. So please, Mr. President, over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam, and I'm very delighted to be here amongst such esteemed members of this august House, and extremely happy that we're able to make it. we just came in this morning, in fact, a couple of hours. So thank you very much. I think your question is extremely important, and I wish to start from the premise of saying that Zambia has 8+1 neighbors. Centrally located, southern part of Africa. I know I'm in America, so I have to explain some of these things. But the important thing is that Zambia is part of key regional groups, the Southern African Development Community, on our part, southern tip of Africa, COMESA, a trading bloc, which is very important for our quest to enhance trade and investment in our country, on our continent. And I think it's also important that from the outset we state that we were elected on a platform of change. Meaning what? To deliver better lives for our people. How were we to do it? There's only one way, which we know. You may know many other ways, but we know one critical way. That is to get an economy going, economy which is functional, an economy which is expanding, an economy which obviously in the process will be able to offer opportunities for our people. Education for the young, jobs for school leavers, business opportunities for others. That's the path we've chosen as a new government. Was that possible to get straight into that after elections? Mission impossible, unless we did certain things. The critical things we thought we would do first steps was to stabilize the country in many ways, so we could have a chance to have a bite at the cherry. So our key thrust post-elections, very difficult elections, as you have rightly said, moderator, to buttress the situation then, it was extremely difficult even to have democratic space to campaign, even though it was a campaign period towards an election. Extremely difficult. Basically, by and large, I could say I needed a passport to go to one region or more or so in my own country, particularly myself. The reason is obvious, because we were the challengers. We were the ones that could basically replace the government that was in place. But with all of that, it meant that the country was going through extremely difficult lack of democratic space situation. It was going through very, very difficult macro environment. So our first step, if you like, was to stabilize the country, restore the rule of law and order, very important. Then, alongside that, turn to what we defined as driving the crazy macro situation down. Inflation was running at 24%. The exchange rate market was very volatile. The debt, which you talked about, was unsustainable, leading to the default situation before the elections. So that was our major thrust. And in 1 year, first year, we took a decision that the first year would be to just get control of the country. So we were able to run inflation, pull it down in 1 year to 9.7% from 24%. We were able to bring stability in the foreign exchange market. Our kwacha is reasonably stable now against competitive currencies. We're pulling down interest rates from regions of 30% plus. 30% plus. Down, we're now hovering around 15, thereabout, in 1 year. Then we had to rein in the debt position. First, domestic debt, just to clamp down on public expenditure extravagance, which was excessive. And we're working very hard to bring that under control. Quite popular to colleagues that were doing business, tenderpreneurs. Amongst those tenderpreneurs, some were supplying air, meaning supplying nothing, and build huge quantities of money. So we decided to audit suspicious domestic debt and only pay those that we thought were clean, straight. That doesn't mean we aren't business. Absolutely not. I come from business myself, but I knew that there was something wrong. We knew there was something wrong. How could we acquire so much debt, especially in the last 5 years, in the quantums that everybody now knows, most those who care about Africa and Zambia? Debt went up. From my basic training, if you acquire so much liability, there must be a compensating asset somewhere to balance your balance sheet. There was none. The economy went down to minus 2.8% as we were coming into office, but the debt was going up. Certainly, you don't have to be trained in that area to tell you that there's something wrong here. So we knew there was something wrong here. So rein in on domestic debt, creditors, isolate those that basically didn't supply anything, but got to build the government largely because of corruption, collusion in the process. Very, very difficult situation. Corruption in the absence of collusion from government, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Justice, to basically legalize transactions that didn't deliver goods and services can be difficult. So we had to rein in there. So the anti-corruption crusade for us is very important, a key component of reining in on domestic debt. So we're moving on there. And then ensuring that going forward, we do not acquire new domestic debt. We do not continue with extravagance, as it were, bleeding the treasury. Envelope was very small, completely shrunk when we took office. Then external debt, which you talked about. Reining in on that, and quickly when we came in to bring back credibility, we had to enter into what we called a debt sustainability initiative with our partners. And we managed to do that within a few months in office. Of course, we knew these are the steps we had planned long ahead. And I wish to share that it's very important for those seeking public office that when you are in opposition, you must know exactly what you do when you get into office and get on with the job immediately you're elected into office. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult. So we achieved that, stabilized the situation at least, and then moved on to negotiate with the IMF. And in 6-7 months, we managed to conclude a transaction, a deal, which our predecessors couldn't do for 10 years. I think that's important for us. Now we're moved on to having agreed the principle on the debt restructuring. Very embarrassing situation. We're not pleased about that. We're now moving to the content stage of restructuring the debt. Very, very important. And I won't go into details what that means, but really to make it manageable, affordable, and to release revenues that, as you may know, most of that borrowing went for consumption expenditure, not revenue generation, not growth, not job creating. So basically, your question is a bit loaded. That's what we had to do. Yeah. Now, with the macro stability, which I've explained, our duty now, we've been in office 15 months. Our duty now is to turn on the growth side, to focus on what Zambians elected us into office to do, to grow the economy, investment. Huge opportunities, we always say about Africa, about Zambia. But our agenda is to realize those opportunities. We're tired, sick and tired of talking about opportunities. And to that extent, one of our critical areas is to clean up the operating environment, to work on pushing down the cost of doing business. We've declared 2023 as a year for us as a government to unlock rigidities in the economy, to work on constraints to business growth, to investments, reinvestments, for those that are already invested in the country, and for people seated in this room, and for others who are listening to this conversation. So critically, this is my rough, if you like, initial answer to your question. And so we believe that lots of opportunities that needs to be exploited, and we believe we're clear what needs to be done, but we can never be so sure and so self-confident. And that's why we come out to engage with others, to share the stories of what Asia did. We all know.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you for continuing to follow the broadcast. Kevin Ochieng anauliza kama ni live. It is, yes, indeed, confirmed. Let's keep the conversation going. Listening to the president of Zambia and drawing out the picture of the situation in the country and the measures taken in order to reverse the down spiraling of their economy and being able to bring about stability and the projection of what can be done to help the country recover. In my opinion, this clear. This makes sense. This looks like somebody who knows what he's doing. Now look at our own situation. We seem to be. Uh, I'll wait for you to judge that and tell me what you think. But I think we have more hot air and chasing wild goose in our approach towards our situation. And we seem not to be sure of what we are doing, even if we make ourselves busy in trying to put on the PR of we know what we are doing and where we are coming from or where we are going. Haya, karibu kila mmoja, tafadhali tumia hiyo link kuja studio tuongee mawili matatu ili tukamakinike kwa pamoja. So in that same breath, I think we'll get another time, we'll play the remaining part of that conversation of the president of Zambia. But I want us to listen to the retreat of Kenya Kwanza shortly also, just to balance and leave for you to judge. Because when I say what I want to say, you will say I'm biased, or I am not appropriating or supporting Kenya Kwanza because I'm biased. But I just want you to compare the two and tell me who is on duty in terms of putting the interests of the country ahead or giving it what we call lip service. Karibuni kila moja, hakikisha unakaribisha wawili watatu wote tukamakinike kwa pamoja. Tusikilize hii mwanzo wa retreat ambayo inavuja pesa ya nchi, wananchi wakilia watarudi shule vipi wanafunzi wanapofungua in a week or so time.
Those responsibilities are sacred. The contract that we have with the people of Kenya is solemn and sacred. And my request to you, members of my team, cabinet secretaries and principal secretaries, is that we must protect the interest, the resources of the millions of the people of Kenya who pay tax. Before you sign up any contract, as you work with anybody that comes to work with government, your position must be informed by the interest of the people of Kenya, the people who do not have ties. Some of them don't even have shoes. Some of them cannot get beyond the watchman. They cannot hire a lawyer. Those people are the ones who have hired us. We are their servants. We are their advocates. So in every contract, in every transaction, we must protect their interest and we must carry their aspirations, and they must be reflected in every action of government. They are the people who have hired you through me. So those are our bosses. So to all of us, to the extent possible, we must reach out to them. And as I have said, we're going to have a session tomorrow with our members of the legislative branch of government, and we are going to agree with them how the people's representatives elected as members of parliament and senators are going to work with us so that it can be possible for members of this administration, cabinet secretaries, to go before Parliament and explain our plan and prosecute our agenda and answer to the people's representatives and be able to inform Kenya and Kenyans on what we are doing. An administration is as good as the checks and balances that exist. And therefore, we are ready to subject ourselves to accountability and to oversight so that before it is too late, we can know whether things are going right or things are going not so right, and we can be able to know what we are going to do. Again, I think tomorrow we are also going to have a session with the representatives of governors, because government is government at the national and
Well, you have to judge by yourself, just between the two leaders, who is who and who can be followed on a clear-cut program. Let's look at this critically and tell ourselves the truth about our country and its leadership. Otherwise, tuendelee kwa kukaribishana na kumakinika katika kutekeleza wajibu wetu kama Wakenya. Kuna wale ambao hawataki kusikia sauti hiyo, lakini naomba tu tukajitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba tunaambiana ukweli. Hata katika kuamua kesi, mtu ana haki ya kujitetea. So ningependa kuangalia hiyo nini, kuna mtu anasema yeye ni tax collector. So looking at the way William Ruto is talking to these are his right hand men, people who are supposed to execute his agenda, and not just his agenda. He is supposed to articulate the Kenya's agenda, because Ruto's agenda for Kenya is not important. Kenya has an agenda, and that Kenya agenda is what is very critical in terms of securing the welfare of each and every Kenyan. And he has called his troops. He's supposed to give them a charge so that they can pick up and go and act. But see the way he is going about it. He's not sure of what he is saying. He's not sure whether the representation of governors will be there. And then why should he meet them and all that if they are coming to a Kenya Kwanza retreat? They are coming in their capacity as governors of Kenya Kwanza or what? If it's a Kenya Kwanza retreat, is it supposed to be cross-cutting? So mambo kama haya ningependa tu kuangazia kwa kina. William Ruto anakaa kana kwamba amepotea. The Zambian president is articulate, sober, collected, and he says he got the economy at -8. -8. Yetu ijafika huko. Okay, karibu kila mmoja, tafadhali tuongee katika ukweli wetu. Matoma Kandete anasema Bernard, lipeni tax please, na msituulize kitu tunafanyia please. hiyo wizi tutakubali tafadhali. Afadhali mkuje kutupiga ngeta. Hiyo taksi tunafika mahali ambapo mtaipata kupitia ngeta, sio eti tutabeba tuipeleke mahali. Hakuna mtu anachukuanga samaki kutoka kwa nyumba akipeleka kwa mto. Hiyo hivyo, ujue hivyo. So Mato, ambia huyo president wenu, tutachukua samaki kutoka kwa nyumba tupeleke kwa mto. Samaki inatolewa mto ikipelekwa kwa nyumba. Hii story ya nyinyi kutuchukua wajinga eti sisi tuende kuvua samaki tumefikisha kwa nyumba tena tuibebe tuwapelekee mtoni, hiyo haitawezekana. All the same, let's keep moving. Sister Roda, karibu. Habari ya leo?
See, for I was feeling to be down, like a little bit depression. But some hours, that minutes when I think about Kenya, when I think about what things are going, even I go back, like last year, how I had a joy. It's not the same thing. So when I think about Kenya, problem, I see nothing is going on. How they be attacking from a president, I'm not done. So I feel a little bit down, but now I'm getting better. You know, depression is like feelings. You feel down, but I have to be very strong because we are living the hard time in our country. It's only Kenya. I don't know other country, but maybe in Africa. But Africa, it always work the same environment. But Europe, everything is going in control. Everything is going well because they are very clever. They know how to take care of their people. They always put their people at the center. Their responsibility to take care of us. And thank God for that grace. What I want to talk about that president of Zambia, I know him because I think he was a pastor before he came I think he was a pastor of the Pentecostal, and I saw him in Christian newspaper here, I think some years ago. And it was a history because people they hear, oh, in Africa they are going to have a president who was a pastor, so everything will be fine. Everything, he have a lot of wisdom, you know. That was my thinking. But when that president of Zambia he is speaking, I think he is more care about his own people because he's focused about invest and to take care of the business. When you talk about small business, it's like to take care of people, like they go with a taxi, Uber, or maybe there's people who go with the boda boda. Even small business, that's a government responsibility. He focus about his own people, and I think he love his own country, and he care about his own people, his Zambian people. Zambian people, they must be very happy they have a president like that. I don't say everything is perfect, everything is good because I don't come from Zambia, but I have talked with one lady from Zambia. She told me, Kenya, you are more corruption than Zambia. So that Zambia is more better if I compare Kenya, and they have a good president who is more want to take care of his own people, not like this Ruto regime. Because Ruto regime, even when he talked, I don't know where he was in the retreat, his body language, it's see that his own government, UDA, and his minister, I call his minister because he called his minister, but President Ruto, he was the president of Kamangu, Joseph Kamangu, and his minister, I think they just want to enjoy. It's like Russia. You know, when they are there in the retreat, they just enjoy good breakfast, you sleeping well and enjoy, you know, but they don't have a hope for the Kenyan people. They don't have a hope for that kaka anabeba nini mkokoteni huko Kagomokoji. Ule mama anabeba na nini anabeba na nini kibarua huko kazi very hard. Ule baby boy doesn't have a food in the table, doesn't know what is the next week, how they are going to have a school fees. They don't have the money of rent. You know, some people, they don't have a money for the rent. They don't know tomorrow, but he still doesn't give people, Kenyan people, hope. He doesn't want to take care of the business, more business. When I talk about the business people, even what wanafanya Kikomba, Mitumba, he need to be responsibility. That's with work. And to give, unajua former president, he was talking about Juakari. Juakari is people who work in the Kikomba. All what wanapiga machuma huko Kamukoji. Those are business people, but the thing is on their counter. Even those are business, you start small, give them hope, give them responsibility, tell them I'll take care of you. But he anachukua sweat You were like a slavery of him, you know. That's not the work of the leadership of Tutu. Mm-hmm. And Ruto need a lot of help. And as we are oppositions, we have to stand what we know and and I hope our opposition leaders, like I read Bamba, they will stand, they will tell them, because he said he wants people who correct them. That's what he said. You know, I was talking with one woman before. We have a man, president, he said that he wants people to correct him. He cannot think. To correct him, he cannot think. Yeah, he cannot think. He's a monarchy. He just enjoy food and going and money for the government with the flight and everything, you know. He's like a king of this country. You know, this king of this country doesn't care. I mean, he get everything from the government. Every tax people they pay, it's go to him, because he'll be there until he's dead and her daughter take. That is a culture. But the prime minister of this country, he pay taxi. He has a responsibility. If the business is going on, if we have an economic crisis, if the children go to school without the food in the table, they have a responsibility. Why can we do that in Kenya or Africa? We are the responsibility. When we are the leader, we are taking care of the families. Every children have a food in the table, have a uniform. Those live in the slum. You know me, I believe in the slum. I know how my auntie was living in Waidaka, and I know how the life she was living when I was young, a young girl. So I know. So may God have mercy in our country, because our country, we need a lot of a very good leadership. But when I saw that Kenya Kwanza or Kenya Kwisha or President of Kamango is only, they just live there, enjoy life, eating good food and have nice clothes and, you know, only that life. Na sisi mwananchi tunateseka, unaona? And that's not fair. That's not fair. Walikuwa nasema ati Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa anafanya kitu, alikuwa anafanya nini? At least Uhuru, he was not showing off like ati kubeba minister wake wanaenda nini hotel. Na unajua Uhuru alifanya, huyo nani Ruto alifanya hivyo the first time, akachukua MP wake wakaenda Naivasha, na ni pesa za serikali wanatumia, just enjoy, ati wanaenda retreat all the time, retreat. Si wanakutana pahali ama Uhuru Park, wanakutana Uhuru Park, wanaongea vile wanafanya serikali. You know, when you are coming the minister, you have a passion, you have a humble heart, you have a humble, because you know that if you are coming to be the minister of education, because you love your country, you focus. Don't focus about it. You know, you have the. Even me, if I can't be the minister, but I'm saying I don't need to go for the retreat. I just need to work. I make sure every child have the uniform. I make sure the school system is working. I make sure every school have a good toilet environment and the water and good project and a teacher good salary. And you know, you don't need to go, and you know, especially who are born in Kenya, you're not born in outside of Kenya. If you're born like Europe, you don't care, but you are born in Kenya, you're grown up in the village, you went to school there, and then you seem not understand. It's really, that's not good. So in Kenya, for me, I condemn. I don't agree with the Ruto regime or the retreat. Absolutely not. They must change. And I could ask our opposition, you have to wake up now. You have not sleep. Don't sleep, please. Wake up and because Ruto say he wants people to correct them before things go to the hell, before things go to the dogs. They need to correct them now before things go in bad way. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Roda kwa mchango wako na maoni yako kuhusu hali ilivyo nchini kwetu na uongozi ambao tunapewa na Kenya Kwanza. Siku zao 100, wengi wamewapatia 0% kwa sababu wametumia hizo siku 100 kutoa hela yote ambayo ilikuwa inaingia mfukoni mwa Mkenya, na kile wamebakisha ni majuto na vilio juu ya hiyo. Tena Wakenya ndio hao wamewalipia retreat kwenda kutafuta cha kufanya. Naangalia kwamba kama nchi tumepotea njia, na wakati umefika Wakenya wakasirike. Okay, mtu anaendaje retreat? Wagonjwa wetu hawapati matibabu, wanafunzi wanarudi shule, mwelekeo wa shule hauonekani, karo ya shule imeongezwa, subsidy zimetolewa, lakini wanataka nini? Wakenya wawalipie retreat kwenda kufanya bonding, ile baba anasema wanafanya bonding. Lazima Wakenya waanze kujiuliza maswali na wapate majibu yanayofaa, sio majibu wanayopewa. Uongo mwingi kinywani mwa kiongozi ni tishio kwa maisha ya Wakenya ambao wanapaswa kutegemea huo uongozi kutoka mahali pabaya kuingia mahali ambapo ni bora kuliko kule wamekuwa. Thank you, everybody. Please, let's keep the conversation going and keep inviting somebody to join into the discourse. And I'm still waiting for those who want to participate into airing what they think and feel about the whole situation to get into the studio so that we converse together. That's the whole reason why we're here. We need to critically look at this and be able to come to the right conclusion on whether or not we need this kind of a government, or this kind of government needs to be kicked out of office within the earliest possible time. And just to put that in right perspective, we have rights as Kenyan people to recall our members of parliament if they are not performing, to recall MCAs if they are not performing, and we have options to see to it that the government in power does what is good for the country. And if they are not doing what is good for the country, what is good constitutionally, we have a right to either get them to do it or kick them out of office. So there is nothing illegal about what we are discussing, because it is our responsibility to see to it that we are being led the right way and in the right direction. Nobody will want to continue being in a bus driven by a driver who doesn't know where he's going and he's incompetent in his driving, reckless for that matter. Looking at the body language, like Rhoda said, and the thought pattern and the rhetoric that Kenya Kwanza is giving us, they are, blowing smoke, creating confusion. They are not articulate on any matter. You can't hold them for anything. You go to Hustler Fund, they have run away. You go to this, they run away. They are slippery on almost every matter. How do you follow such a person? How do you expect that the future will be guaranteed by that kind of operation? So let's begin to look at this critically. Kuna mtu amesema kwamba hata William Ruto ni pastor. Na hii masuala ya kwenda kujificha kwa Mungu ama kutumia jina la Mungu vibaya, Biblia iko kinyume nalo. Okay? Thou shall not use the name of God in vain. Kuna vile Kenya Kwanza inataka kujificha kwa jina la Mungu kukwepa majukumu yao. Wewe umekataa kusafisha nyumba, kwa mfano masuala ya corruption hawataki kuyazungumzia, na hiyo ndio that is the really main issue. Hizi vitu zote tumeenda sijui retreat nini, it's just to enhance corruption, and we are using public funds for no serious interventions. Right now kila mtu angekuwa kwa ofisi anahakikisha wanafunzi wanarudi shule zinafunguka in a week's time. Do we have enough classes? Do we have enough desks? Do we have enough teachers? Are we ready for the new move? That's what needs to be done, not retreating. Watu wana retreating over Christmas, use the holiday period to organize themselves. When the year begins, everybody hits to the office. You don't take a retreat when everybody is reporting to office. Hii ni uzembe, ujinga na upumbavu ambao haupaswi kukubalika katika nchi kama hii. We are too mature for this kind of madness. So I want to urge Kenyans, tuanze kuambiana ukweli, tuache mchezo ambao tunakuwa treated na hii Kenya Kwanza, Kenya They don't even deserve that name Kenya. Tax ilipwe, kesi baadaye. Kulipa taxi sio makosa. Sasa kesi inatokana na nini? Ama mnajisuspect hii tax pia ni mnaichukua kinyume na sheria? Subiri hapo hapo. Nacheza video kidogo alafu tu ukweli katika mazungumzo yetu. Interesting times indeed.
na pamoja na watu wetu wa viongozi wa County Assembly ya Laikipia. Na haya maneno yanasemwa mambo ya Deputy President, ya kwamba kuna wengine wako na mawazo, kuna wabunge wengine wako na mawazo ya kupeleka motion ya impeachment, ati wanataka kumuimpeach. Sisi tunataka kuambia hivi ya kwamba sisi kama viongozi wa Mount Kenya, Rigathi, Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua hakuchaguliwa akiwa wa Mount Kenya, lakini ako na haki ya vile alifanya. Kila mtu Mkenya tunajua ya kwamba ile kura tulipatiana kutoka kwa Mount Kenya ni tulipatiana kama block, vile watu wengine wa Kenya hakuwa naamini ya kwamba Mount Kenya inaweza simama na Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Na kwa hivyo wakati sisi kama viongozi wa Mount Kenya tunaona Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua anaigiriwa na kuona ya kwamba ati kuna mambo ya impeachment, tunataka kuambia hawa waheshimiwa kwamba wanafaa kuheshimu watu wa Mount Kenya. Wakirega Rigathi wasifikirie ni Rigathi kama binafsi, waone ya kwamba ni Mount Kenya, na Mount Kenya ilijitokeza na wakaenda wakapiga kura na wakasimama na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza.
Inataka kuongea kinaga ubaga, kusema wakati unacheza na Rigathi Gachagua unacheza na watu wa Mount Kenya. Sisi kama wamama tulijitokeza na tumejikasa. Sisi tunataka kusema wakati unaanza kuingilia serikali ya William Samoei Ruto ukisema ati ni Rigathi, unalega watu wa Mount Kenya region, na sisi hatutarudi nyuma. Tuko gagare, mwakitaka turudi baka hiyo bunge tutaigia sisi kutoka mashinani. Sisi hatutaki mfurugano. Uchaguzi ulimalizwa na kasi ndio inaendelea. Na tunataka kusema hivi, nyinyi mkiwa mrego wenyu, sisi hatukuingilia nyinyi. Rigathi ako na jeshi, na kwanza jeshi ile kubwa sana ni wakina mama.
Tax collector.
Nimekuwa Zakaria round hii.
Zakayo shuka chini. Yes. Kwa sababu leo mpaka tukule kwako. Yesu mwenyewe akasema.
Nimekuwa Zakayo, sasa mtatoa kwa mti huko juu. Na kuwa tax collector. Mulipe. Kesi baadaye, hiyo tutaongea. You know, Bernard, sorry, I like to just have the comical part of it, but I think by now you already know me that, you know, I'm serious, lakini napenda kuleta ucheshi kidogo, at least to check. Unajua, when you're going through a tough time, it brings solace to your heart when you actually get some time to actually just smile and laugh. Even smile on what what you're going through, what you're going through. Sometimes they say that when you're served with lemons, you make lemonade out of them. So kuna ucheshi mingi sana inaendelea hapa kwa hii country yetu. The reason I put that name hapo, nilijua tu utaiangazia, is because Bernard, I did it very meticulously because I need people to understand what and to remember what one man called Baba Raila Odinga, said about taxes when he was in his campaign trail. He asked Kenyans, Bernard, why do we pay taxes? He was there. He did everywhere he went. Alikuwa anasema kila mali akienda, unalipanga taxes ndio upate shule mzuri, upate barabara mzuri, ufanye kila kitu. I mean for you, na sitaki kusema subsidy because subsidy nimekuwa nikigongwa sana, but at least hata upate kitu yenye maisha yako unalipa ndio maisha yako ikuwe vizuri, hata upate arms if any war was to happen, mpate hizo vifaru na kila kitu. But Bernard, this government that we have, I'm so sorry, it seems it's all about money making, and then easy taxes. Watu ni kama wamesahau why you pay taxes. Hakuna serikali Bernard iko na pesa yake. Hata hizo mshahara zao ni pesa yetu. That's the taxes. Hawana pesa. Serikali gani iko na pesa Bernard? Niambie budget ya serikali. Hakuna. Capital walitoa wapi? Wanafanyanga kazi wapi? Hiyo ni pesa yetu. That's the taxes. Hii sasa unaniambia retreats, sijui wanaendanga inaitagwa nini, benchmarking. Nani amelipa hiyo hoteli? Na per diem. Mimi at least Bernard, mimi nikikufanyia kazi nitakwambia we mdosi bwana, at least nakumekia profit hivi, we nipatie yangu bwana, nilipie hoteli, ama nipatie what do you call ile ya kati ya mwezi inaitagwa nini, ile ya katikati ya mwezi inaitagwa advance. Ama nipatie advance. Hapa kunikubaya, mtoto wangu ako shida hapa hivi, shule kuna noma, sijui nini, give me, niongeze ka kitu, hata please ongeza ka kitu na kufanyia kazi vizuri. But these guys I'm looking at a government that is dictating their own citizenry and where the money comes from. Mm-hmm. Bernard, if you today decide silipi tax, hakuna mtu atakutoa hiyo Kenya. Na leo tukamua tulipi tax, hakuna mtu atatutoa. So hii kitu yote ya kuja kutuambia it is due tax, and then you're going for a retreat. Do you know how much that hotel wameenda? Do you know how much it costs? Na hakuna mtu anatumia pesa. What are you going to talk? Kwani mngeongea kwa nini kwa parliament, na tumelipa already, tumelipa nini stima na maji ya government, uko parliament. Amgeenda mpatane hapo wenye tumelipa already na ushuru yetu. Kuna watu, the UDA guys would come and tell me, but Mato, even when Uhuru was there or when anyway Baba hajaikuwa, watatuambia hata hao walikuwa kiendanga sijui retreat. But even that was wrong. We've given these leaders houses in places for them to go talk what we send them to go do. We've given them places. Tunalipaga parliament, stima, building, chakula. Saa zingine wanasema chakula yao ni mbaya, tunaongeza inakuwa mzuri, mpaka wako na, I think they had a committee of food nini Bernard last I think a year ago or something, where walikuwa naeka Kimani Ichung'wah akuwe mtu wa committee ya food to the parliament. Wanasema chakula yao si mzuri. Are you supposed to eat in the parliament or go to work? Si ukule kwako. So Bernard, I feel like our leadership, and it's what I admire of what Raila was trying to say, and I will not forget to say this. When Raila was saying that we know where the money is, I wish, Bernard, of your journalists that unajua na wenye wako huko, cause tutaona Mutembei TV huko and everything, watatuwekea hapa. I wish wanaweza tuambia how much it cost to have all those leaders there, and how much they ate, and actually, in fact, how much they drank. And also, we come back to the parliament and we come back to the leader part and we see how much per diem they were given. And then you come and tell us that Kenya doesn't have any money. The leadership is so wrong. And again, Bernard Jana, you were not here. You were ulikuwa ngatuka. I was asking the same thing. Kama saizi umeona watu wa Central hapa hivi watu wanakuja kutupigia hapa hivi kelele. I'm sorry. Watu wa Central will love you. You're a Kenyan. I mean, you're Kenyans just like us. Wakisema ati sisi ndo, umesikia hiyo video tu umetuchezea hapo Bernard. Bernard, Central si Kenya? Tunaweza funga na wakai basi wakane hiyo Central yao. What is this that you're telling us that without Central there's no Kenya? Who's Rigathi Gachagua? What are you defending? We can close. We can do. Kenya can do without Central. He was over. He was there. People wanted to secede. So sorry, it's okay. But you see, we need to go back, and me, I'm tired, Bernard. I'm really tired of this shenanigans of where Kenya is always, and even Africa is always, we're not doing anything. I like your topics today. This retreats, benchmarking. What are you going to benchmark? You didn't know what you were coming to do. Why did you even go for the job? Who Bernard unaandikanga mtu hapo alafu unamwambia ndo ka benchmark? It's sijaelewa hii kitu. And we need to really get the right leaders in governorship. Because what we have is a joke, and we are a laughing stock. And these guys think they are okay. Let me jump, Bernard Najoko Okweka yo. Let me jump to Mombasa real quick today. You know, Baba was there in Mombasa. But when you listen to what those people are talking about in their meeting there, they're talking about what really is and needs to be done. They're telling Baba, don't give up. And Baba is telling them, I'm not giving up. I mean, I don't have to be in government, but we will hold people accountable. Chebukati, he said Chebukati needs to go to ICC. I believe he does need to go to ICC, because you might think that he never did any wrong, or ama kuna damu imefujika mahali, if that's Swahili sanifu. But what is done by him doing what is done, giving us cartels to be leaders, is that he's made kids suffer, and he's killed so many kids' dreams. The fact that right now help hakuna, ama help inazungushwa around ni kama kitu ya lazima unyenyekee. What Baba na Kibaki did it, yeah, you know, free health and all that. You know how many kids are not going to go to school this coming term or semester? Unajua utakuwa umeua watu wangapi? That's what you call killing without shedding blood. Because Bernard, if I make you a useless person, I don't have to kill you. You will kill yourself. So I as you start this show, Bernard, today, I really appreciate you for bringing up this topic here. I want people to start understanding the semantics of what leaders can actually change a country to be. And Bernard, yesterday while you were gone, I also asked, where is this infrastructures that were trying to help the common mwananchi, where are they today? Can we get an update of where we are, what those infrastructures, everything that Uhuru had started, where they are? We were starting to look like a first world country. And Bernard, I will always fight for infrastructure, because Bernard, with infrastructure, my friend, you're able to do any kind of business you do, and you don't have to depend on the government. But today the government wants us to depend on them. Mpaka any loan badala ya kwenda kwa bank, they want you to go and copper the government. And what are you coppering? Unakopa ile pesa yako yenye mwenye umelipa tax. That's why I put this tax name. How do you copper your own money that you've paid for people to actually, ni mchango ndio mtuweke vizuri? It's ridiculous. Bernard, wacha nyamazia hapo. I am a madman, I am a sad man. And mimi, endeleeni kulipa tax. Kesi mtuulize baadaye, na tukitumia tax yenyu vibaya, tafadhali tusione mtu anakuja kutulalamikia hapa, sijui tulilipa tax, sijui tulifanya nini, ama tulilipata nini, inaitwaje, interest rate ya Hustlers Fund. Hiyo pesa wachaneni nayo kabisa, si yenyu, na tutawasevia. We will save for you, na msiulize tumesave wapi, na usikuje kuuliza your savings at all. Hata mtoto wako asikuje kutuuliza, because that's the government that we have today, na hiyo ndio tumejiletea. Na by the way, as we say that, hatujajiletea. Hii government haikuchaguliwa na mtu apart from half of Central wenye walikuwa wana hivi hivi, and half of Rift Valley, or I think is less on Rift Valley. After that, hakuna Kenya ingine ilichagua watu. And that's why I'm going Stone PK's way. Tufunge hii country, tuzimake zikuwe mbili, kama South Sudan na North Sudan. Na tufunge hapa Rift Valley. Unaona hapa Rift Valley hapa na Central, tufunge hapo, tuwapatie passport zao, na sisi wengine Kenya yetu ingine, kwa sababu sisi tujipange kivyetu. Ukipitia Central na Rift Valley, unapita hapo na passport yako, unapitia entry port na exit port, unakuja saidi ya Ukambani, na wamu unaenda nini huko kwingine. Tuachie mchezo. I'm sorry, I'm being sarcastic, but
thank you lipa taxi. Tusikuulize kule taxi imeenda. Hiyo hatutakubali kwanza. Wewe unasema ati Chebukati aende ICC. Chebukati aende ICC kufanya nini? Evidence iko ya kutosha. Chebukati apelekwe kamiti direct. Kwanza na ile kioski ya Kanjo. Okay, hiyo kwanza ndio inafaa akunjwe huko ndani ya hiyo kioski ya Kanjo, moja kwa moja kamiti, afungiwe huko. Kesi ifanywe akiwa huko ndani, kama kuna kesi yoyote ya kufanya. Wakenya wamechezewa kwa muda mrefu sana. Wakati umefika tuambiane ukweli. Hii story ya kusema sisi ndio tulileta kura, sisi ndio tulichagua rais, kwa hivyo serikali ni yetu na tunapaswa kuchukua kila kitu. Kama mambo ni hivyo, basi kila mtu acheze kwao. Kila mtu acheze kwao inamaanisha nini? Hao walipe tax. Sisi wanaweza kuchagua rais. Na rais ni wao. Na serikali ni nini? Ni yao. Basi watumie taksi yao kuongoza serikali yao, kufanya mambo yao. Sisi wengine ambao tunafanya nini? Hatuchagui rais, hatuwezi kupata urais kwa sababu hatuna numbers, hatuna block, hatuna nini. Basi sisi na hela yetu tujipange wenyewe. That is it. If that is the criteria, then we buy into it. But if you want us to continue being Kenya, an indivisible country, then each and every Kenyan must matter, and each and every Kenyan needs to be valued and be respected. Mastori yote ya kusema sijui kesi nini, as far as our elections are concerned, Chebukati is a criminal. I stand by what Baba says. Baba is always right. And if it's not right, check it again. You will find that he is right. Chebukati is a criminal. He colluded with the bad people to give us this bad government that is taking us for a ride. They have gone for bonding at the expense of the Kenyan people, taxpayers' money, only for them to come with hot air and chasing wild goose in the pretext that they are looking for how to sign contracts. How do you go to, how did you make it as a cabinet secretary if you don't know how to sign a contract and check a contract whether it's valid or not? President Ruto is a disappointment to this generation. Na hiyo title ya daktari tena, hiyo pia inafanya hata masomo inakaa mbaya. Yani hiyo title hata nilikuwa nataka kuanza kupigania, lakini naona hakuna haja. Nafikiria nitachukua profesa kwa sababu ya
Bernard, I gave you an assignment to
lakini
tell me what I gave you an assignment na ujeni jibu sasa, na tuko mwaka ingine. Nilikupatia assignment uniambie Ruto ni daktari wa nini. You know, when you get a doctorate, there's a doctor of something. Ni daktari wa nini?
Sasa unajua wewe uko na proximity na Kenya Kwanza iko mzuri kwako. Mimi hata nikipita tu karibu na Karen hiyo section, the air in the place will not admit me. So I can't even take that question to the to the office and get the right answers. But the best people to explain to us ni daktari wa nini is University of Nairobi. Walimpatia doctorate ya kusema nini hii maswala yote, kwa sababu unajua mimi ni ushasema hapa, nikisema mimi ni reverend, okay, wakati naongea lazima kuwe na ka reverend kanaonekana katika maongezi yangu, katika mifano ninayopeana. Huwezi kuwa daktari na wakati unaongea unakaa kana kwamba wewe ni wale walimu wale walitufundisha ile enzi ingine, wale walikuwa wanakupiga ngoto hapa na unasikia uchungu sehemu zote. We need to revisit. We need to revisit, and that is why they are making a mockery of education. They don't have respect for education, since they have corrupted education and they have just turned it into a paperwork other than a development program that generates human resource that help the country move forward. Hii udaktari ya uongo, uongozi ya uongo lazima ikome Kenya, na kukomesha huo uongozi wa uongo, viongozi wote waongo wakamatwe, watolewe kwa ofisi. Ofisi ya urais ni ofisi ya kuheshimiwa. Yani kuna heshima ambayo unapata kwa sababu uko kwa hiyo ofisi, na kwa sababu una respect hiyo ofisi, huwezi kujibeba kama gunia la viazi wakati unapaswa kuwa wewe ndio picha ambayo inaonyesha inji inakaaje. So let's respect the presidents, let's respect the office by ensuring that only credible people get there. Only credible people get there. Na scrutiny. Unajua shida yetu ni moja tu, okay? Sisi tunachukua Chebukati is incompetent. Tena huyo ndio tunamtuma atakague kwamba stakabadhi ya viongozi ambao tunaenda kuchagua ni right. Okay? Like I said, our systems are hell bound to fail. Why? We use incompetence to check our competence, and in the process we can only end up with incompetence because we have been checked by an incompetent person. But if we go to scrutiny and seek the highest excellence in terms of the quality of the people we put into the highest office in ensuring that we have right leadership, tutasonga mbele tena mbio sana. Hii inji ina watu wa kutosha na wenye akili na hekima na uwezo mkubwa tu wa kubadilisha haya mambo. Sasa hivi kungekuwa na rais ambaye ni rais anayejua kila anachofanya, these 3 months could have turned the events around. Like Kibaki did, in less than 3 months, the country was moving in the right direction. Every Kenyan was happy, optimistic, looking forward to a better tomorrow. They have wasted their 100 days. They are going to retreat to see whether they can make something out of another 100 days. In my opinion, waondolewe, okay? Wakataliwe na Wakenya. Let Kenyans get angry and ensure that we do what is required. La sivyo, kila mtu acheze kwao. Kila mtu acheze kwao inamaanisha wale ambao tunaamini katika ukweli, tunaamini katika haki, tujitenge. Okay? Na wale ambao wanaamini katika uongo na kuibiana wakae pamoja. Wagalatia wanasema mtakula mpaka mmalizane, when you begin to eat each other. Waibiane tuone kama wataendelea kuwa marafiki wakati wanaibiana, lakini kuibia makabila mengine wakati nyinyi ndio mnasema serikali ni yenu, nyinyi ndio mlikuwa na kura, nyinyi ndio mlichagua, basi tumieni hela yenu, tumieni serikali yenu, tekelezeni wajibu wetu na msituulize. Okay? Msituulize kwa sababu sisi hatukuwachagua na sisi hatuko sehemu na nyinyi. Kwa nini mmejitenga mkasema serikali ni yenu, ninyi ndio mlichagua? So if that is the standard, let's use it. And when we use it, usitusumbue. Usitusumbue. That is where we are. So we either get it as Kenya with Kenya belonging to all Kenyans, lakini kama hii Kenya ni ya wachache, basi hao wachache wakae na hiyo Kenya yao, sisi tutajenga Kenya yetu. Na hii ianze kufanyika moja kwa moja, tusingoje tena. Hakuna muda wa kuexperiment na kukagua haya mambo. Hakuna kitu cha kukagua hapa. Hii serikali is dead on arrival from where I sit. Tax collector, unasemaje wewe? Nataka kucheza video.
Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza swali moja, and thank you for what you said, because Bernard, that's the truth at the end of the day.
Kuna kitu nataka kusema kidogo tu about Kwenda retreat. I saw in the internet one night is cost 28,000 shillings. Those 28,000 per person, I'm fixing passions. Can you count how many ministers? It was peers, right? Can you ask yourself, like periodists and those people are watching us? Ruto, he said to the journalists, they cannot afford to give old people money because they don't have money to give. And remember, they are paying 28,000 per night. So, and wale wa maremavu walikuwa napata sijui 2,000 shillings every month. Can you imagine, instead of he do mathematics, instead of they go that retreat, they could give those money for the, even if not old people, those old people wajiwezi, wale, wale wakishaki kabisa. Na wale maremavu kama hawawoni, those people, they're blind, they are more terrible. At least they could give them those money. If you count 28,000 per night. Now imagine it's not included with the buffet breakfast na dinner. Na unajua wanakunywa kinywaji, si wote wanasema Mungu. Na wanaenjoy, na sisi wa Kenya tunasema piki. Sasa sema vile baba mwingine alikuwa anasema, we have to be very smart Kenyans. We have to ask a lot of questions. Why these people are they praying with our might? Are they praying with us? And they cannot 28,000 per night. I don't know, it's 20. I saw in the internet how much it cost, because I want, before I talk something here, I must do the research. So the question I was asking myself, like in Africa country, we always difficult to do demonstrations. You know why? Because we are afraid militarily, or the police, they will shoot us and kill us. But in country in Europe, continent of like a country like, like a France, they do demonstration like a crazy. If the president of France anaongeza mafuta, wanafanya demonstrations, wanaenda kwa barabara. At the police in the law, according to the European Union law, hawezi piga mtu. Hiyo ndio katiba ya European Union. Hawezi, that you are fighting for your right. Mafuta ikiongezwa nini, kwile ya COVID, watu walikuwa nafanya huku demonstrations Europe, na kuna mtu aligogo. Tulisema tu, we will not get vaccinated. I was supporting, I don't want. Even I was thinking COVID was a scam, and I was telling people we must do demonstration. I was telling people we do demonstration even here, and one guy, he was a board, board is somebody have a board. You can see we say, I don't know what that word in English. And he told people in Facebook, let us go. Let us go. We don't care about the police. Police, they were chasing people. I was supporting. I didn't mind, but I was very proud with that guy because people, they were afraid. Why can it Kenya or Africa country, when we had cadre for leadership, tunaenda kwa barabara? Why? What is the katiba of African Union? Tunaweza shutiwa. Niliona kama Sierra Leone walikuwa wanafanya demonstration tribalism, because about the president of Sierra Leone anafanya inchi divisions, watu wengi waliuliwa sana, lakini United Nations walikuwa wanauliza maswali, kwa nini inafanyika? Asante.
Thank you, Roda. We appreciate that. Hilo swali ni muhimu, hata tupatia hilo jibu. Yeye ndio tax collector na anajua washirika wangapi wamepeleka kwa hiyo hoteli. Kama ni 28,000 per night na umepeleka huko kirende ya watu ambao wengine wanatumia kanywaji na hiyo yote. In 3 days, how much will we spend, tax collector?
Actually, you know, Bernard, by the time you finish playing the video that you're about to finish, I need to go in and look at that. Maybe I might use Roda's, but I think it's bigger than that. But I can use the 28,000 that she's used, which I think is less, because there's also the food, there's also the, you know, even umesema pia kuna watu wana kanywaji, and these guys just don't go sit there. Unajua, they do things and they move around. And remember also the V8s that they've come with. So I mean, it's way more than Rhoda is talking about, way more than that. But Bernard, before you play that video, and the reason I'd risen my hand is because, Bernard, let me ask you a question, and this is on a serious note, as we keep on playing and talking about this. Bernard, wewe ni mchungaji. Very well, right? You advocate for what God has told us to be for each other. You're a pastor. Bernard, I want to ask you, because I know you meet people of different calibers in your church. What is it that has gone so bad with the society today that people are not genuine, realistic, and nice, and even what do you call it? Why is this decay in the society, and especially when it comes to things like leadership? And sometimes I even hear people come here, people who really don't want to see the truth for the truth. Is it a decay in society? Because the other day we had someone here, I think I know he's listening, but I know him, and he was here, and people were najua. A guy called Mzalendo, telling us that you just need to follow the money, and that is what the society is all about. If you want to be big, follow the money. That's where the society is about. Why can't you just go do your own business somewhere and become big? Why would you come to public service and have this thing of just putting people down? Using Rhoda's calculation of 28, you're using that money while you have a house that the citizenry, na wale unaonanga watu kiwete huko wanaomba pesa huko kwa barabara, na watoto wenye unajua hawezi enda shule. Bernard, I know your kids, you struggle a lot to take them to school. When you can see that, instead of kwenda kuongelea kwa parliament, mpate kama you need to talk a PG, you talk there, which is already paid. You go spend all that money out there, and you're not taking it out of your pockets. Yet, someone like Bernard is struggling with his kids out there trying to pay them, their school fees. And you're taking everything out. Bernard, where is the social decay coming from? What is it with this leadership thing? Should we just stop the leadership thing and just be ourselves, so that kila mtu ataseke pamoja, ama to grow pamoja, ama tufanye sako na tuache leadership. We start tushikane, mimi Bernard Roda na wale wanatusikiza hapa wenye mnaweza shikana nyinyi, mshikane mpate sako yenyu, mkwe na pesa yenyu, ama lazima tulipe mtu na tulipe tena waende kutusaidia na hakuna kitu wanatusaidia. Should we just hata barabara yetu huko nyumbani tushikane tu kama kijiji, tujengeo barabara na tuambie serikali kaini, hatutaki historia ya serikali na msitutishe chochote. Bernard, that's where I am, and I want Kenyans to start asking themselves, because we do not have leadership. What we have, this is a very abusive marriage when it comes to leadership. And me, sijui, anyway, chezo video yako alafu utanijibu as a pastor, why we have a social decay of watu hawaelewani na they don't care about each other as long as you're okay.
Okay, thank you very much. A very serious question indeed, and I believe we must face it. But before that, let's just get this video, then I will respond as we proceed with the conversation. I believe there is a way out of our mess if we accept the cure. Let's listen out.
Kinara wa chama cha ODM Raila Odinga ametishia kumshtaki mwenyekiti wa tume ya IEBC Wafula Chebukati katika mahakama ya kimataifa ya ICC huko The Hague, Uholanzi, na vile kwenye mahakama ya humo nchini kwa namna alivyoendesha uchaguzi mkuu uliopita. Odinga, ambaye pia ameahidi kusafisha chama cha ODM, ametoa ilani kwa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza kuwa hivi karibuni anaenda kutoa kucha zake za kisiasa kuhusiana na jinsi taifa linavyoendeshwa. Odinga amesema haya hii leo katika kaunti ya Mombasa alipowahutubia wabunge, wawakilishi wadi na viongozi wa chama cha ODM. Tobias Chanji na ripoti zaidi.
Baada ya kumaliza likizo yake ya muda katika visiwa vya Comoros, kinara ODM Raila Odinga alisafiri moja kwa moja na kutua katika kaunti ya Mombasa, miongoni mwa kaunti ambazo alijizolea kura nyingi katika uchaguzi mkuu wa Agosti mwaka jana. Na katika mkutano na viongozi na wanasiasa wa chama cha ODM, Odinga akaweka paruanja azma yake kutoboa kilichotokea katika uchaguzi huo uliopita, akizidi kumnyoshea lawama mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati.
Kwa kwamba haki yetu imerejeshwa. Nataka kuona kama haki imetendeka. Na kabla hatujasafisha yale, kutakuwa hakuna haja ya Wakenya tenda mwaka 2027 kurudi kwa kimoja tena kupiga kura. Hakutakuwa na haja mpaka tusafishe takataka ya bwana Chebukati. Chebukati ashtakiwe kwa yale maovu ambayo amefanya dhidi ya watu wa Kenya. Yale ambayo amefanya ni crime against humanity. Natakana apelekwe Hague, ashtakiwe kule kwa Hague.
Odinga aliyekuwa ameandamana na gavana wa Mombasa Abdulswamad Sharif Nassir na wabunge kadhaa kutoka chama cha ODM, akisema kuwa kucha zake za kisiasa zitaonekana wazi hivi karibuni.
Serikali na vyama ni tofauti. If a governor says I'm going to work with the national government, does not mean that governor is defecting to Jubilee, to UDA or to Kenya Kwisha.
Na katika kujiandaa katika kimbunga kijacho, kiongozi huyo wa upinzani akaahidi vilevile kuwa mapema mwaka huu atasafisha chama cha ODM kuanza mashinani hadi kileleni.
Kwa hivyo sisi tunataka kuona kama Azimio imesimama imara na ODM mpaka isimame imara. Ndio sababu mimi nakuja kuongea na nyinyi hapa Mombasa. Mwaka huu tutasafisha chama Kenya mzima, kuanzia mashinani mpaka huko juu, mpaka hapa juu. Kuna pale ambapo sisi tutawacha ili chama iwe na nguvu zaidi.
Wanasiasa aliondamana nao kwa kauli moja wakisema kuwa hawatobanduka kutoka chama cha ODM, wakisisitiza kuwa wana haki za kikatiba kupokea maendeleo.
wote, kila anayetaka kusimama, tutakuja kuhukumiwa kwa yale tulioyafanya, sio tulioyasema peke yake.
Chama cha ODM, Mheshimiwa Raila, jisikie hapa ni bezi yako, kwa sababu katika sub-county 6 sub-county moja peke yake ndio imeenda kwa chama ingine.
Napenda nimsahihishe Deputy President wa nchi ya Kenya, asisahau ya kwamba sisi ni watu wa siasa, na watu wa siasa huwa wana nyumba yao na wanaenda na mrengo wao pia vile vile.
Sisi si watu wa kuregarega, sisi si watu wa kubabaika. Tukiamua njia ndiyo hii ndio tunakwenda, na tuhakikishia sisi baba, watu wa Kisauni, tuko ODM na tutakaa ODM, na tuko tayari baba na amri yako utakaotoa.
Happy birthday to you.
Tobias Chanji, KTN News, kaunti ya Mombasa.
Kwenye
Okay, quickly, thank you so much for continuing to follow the broadcast. I'm happy that Baba is providing leadership. That's what leadership is, galvanizing people and charging them up to move forward and get things done. Not kuiba na kuzoa huku na kujaribu kupaswedu hawa wa kujiunge na wewe. It's a matter of, you have a political party, build your political party. You don't have to steal from others in order for you to build your party. Back to the question that tax collector asked, okay, tax ilipwe, about what is wrong with our society. The only sin, okay, the only sin that is going to take people to hell is called selfishness. The moment we accept selfishness as a way of life, we have lost everything. And that, in my opinion, is the main thing. We are going into leadership not for the service to offer, but what to get from the leadership. So tumejiweka sisi kwanza, alafu huduma ambayo tunapeana, na hiyo huduma nitapata nini? Hiyo ndiyo shida. Kwa nini kibiblia na kimaisha, any successful leader is always a selfless leader. Anajiweka wa mwisho, anaweka maslahi ya inji mbele, anaweka maslahi ya na inji mbele. That's what leadership is. Shida ya uongozi wa kizazi hiki na wa Kenya kwa jumla ama dunia kwa jumla, kuna ubinafsi mwingi sana. Kila mtu ameenda kujitafutia, na tu katika hiyo kujitafutia tuna suspend rules zote. You don't care umekanyaga nani, umepanda juu ya nani, bora tu umepata. And then so tumekuwa ile Nyerere alisema that Kenya is a man eat man society, ambapo it doesn't matter how you get it as long as you get it. And hiyo mzalendo anasema follow the money. You follow the money, you will be corrupt. You follow the money, you will steal. Follow the money, you will kill. Follow the money, you will destroy lives. People don't follow money. You follow service. You follow service. And if you're not rendering any service, you're not entitled to any money. If you're not rendering any service, you're not entitled to any money. So when you follow the money, you will be evil, you will be wicked, you will be crooked. Na hiyo ndio maswala ya sasa hivi. Watu kufanya nini? Kufuata hela at the expense of lives, at the expense of destinies, at the expense of families. As long as I can make the money, it doesn't matter how I make it. It is bad news, and we must change that. We must change that, especially in political leadership. Shida hii haiko katika siasa peke yake, imefika mpaka kanisani. Okay, wachungaji ni wachungaji kwa sababu ya hela, sio uchungaji wa kujitolea. Yesu alikwenda msalabani kuokoa watu. akuenda msalabani kujizolea watu ama kujizolea ufuasi ama ushabiki ama umahiri. He didn't go to the cross to be a hero. He didn't go to the cross to be the greatest. He didn't go to the cross. He went there to save. And when he saved people, he served, he laid down his life to help many. The Bible said God has highly exalted him. So uongozi ni kujinyima ili watu wapate. Shida ya uongozi wa kizazi hiki ni kutumia watu upate kile unataka, si ujitoe muhanga ili watu wapone. That's the dilemma we are in. And until we comb that out of our leadership structure, we will not be able to pick up. So without boring you with a sermon on the same, that I believe is the really problem, where we have turned the table upside down. The servant has become the master, and the master has become the servant. That's where it is. Instead of rendering service, we are going to make it. We are going to use that position to gain. Na naendelea kuwakumbusha, the attitude and the mentality of Kenya Kwanza is right into the leader of Kenya Kwanza and UDA for that matter. Aliwaambia wazi, shida wa Kenya msikii ama mwelewi kile mtu anasema. Alisema wazi. Kumbuka ile statement. Hakuna watu walio na shida na Wakikuyu kama Wakalenjin. Lakini inafika mahali mnatofautisha mambo. Okay? Unaweka tofauti ya kikabila mbele, kando. Okay? Utafute nini? Serikali kwanza. Na ukishapata hiyo serikali, utatumia hiyo serikali kutatua matatizo ulio nayo. So the attitude is get the government, then use the government to do what you want. That is not the whole essence of how governance is done. And that is where we have found ourselves. So let's not, what we are having is consequences of what we have laid for ourselves. It's not happening. Sio kitu imetuangukia, it's a consequence. And I love what Baba is talking about. Chebukati ashtakiwe, Chebukati akamatwe, Chebukati afungwe, afinywe, aseme ukweli nini kiliendelea, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuendelea kama inji hivi, that we go and vote a certain way and somebody goes and turns that around and nothing happens. No, something has to happen. I want to continue appreciating you guys, and like I had said yesterday, this weekend we are paying bills, and so we are receiving your contribution towards our settlement of our bills for this month. Thank you. So far, I've received a contribution, I think, from 4 or 5 people. A total of how many? 5 or so people. Please, let's keep sending whatever amount you can contribute towards this show and sustaining this show. Use the details I'll be sharing in the comment section to make your personal contribution specifically for this particular show and its perpetuality. We reach out to you because it is run by you as a participant and a partaker of this particular show. Kwa hivyo tafadhali tujitahidi tumalize hii mambo leo, kesho tufungashe hiyo, we pay the bill, we move on just like we did last month. Thank you very much. Let's keep going. And so we'll analyze that video specifically to ensure that we begin to tell each other the truth, the difference between the Raila Odinga leadership and the William Ruto leadership. Look at the scheming, look at the tricks, look at somebody who is running away from responsibility. He's buying people instead of building the party. When did you hear UDA saying they are going for grassroots elections, or they are going for grassroots mobilization to build a party? They don't have a party. They have a club of bandits that want to come together and deceive Kenyans that they have Kenya's interest, but at the end of the day, they're just looking for a platform to use to get what they want. In my opinion, that is bad news for this great country. And if we use that as a gauge to help us move forward, we just dig ourselves into our own grave. So let's let us not play games. Chebukati, in my opinion, should be arrested. I was the first person to say arrest Chebukati as early as on the 13th of August. When I saw things going the way they were going, I posted on my Facebook page, arrest Chebukati. And if they would have arrested Chebukati on the 13th or on the 14th, we will not be where we are, because his eyes were not clean. The people who delayed to arrest Chebukati on the 13th of August and the 14th of August are the ones who put us in this mess. Why? The results were ready as early as 13th. Midnight, the results were ready, and some of us, we had access to that information. Okay? Then the results were like day from night. The gap was a difference of over 4 million votes. Whatever Chebukati did is evil. Hata ukitaka kuiba unaiba kidogo. Wewe unaizaje kuiba over 4 million hata unajaribu kufanya mtu akuwe rais? Sasa saa hii amekuwa rais lakini urais umemkataa. Look the way things are. Umekuwa rais lakini urais umefanya nini? Umekukataa. Ukifungua kinywa ni matatizo tu. Ukiuliza swali anasema let me look at the Kenyans like this and tell them the truth. And whatever truth you are promising is a lie. Okay? At kesi zote za washirika wa Kenya Kwanza ama wafuasi wa Kenya Kwanza zinaanguka na Ruto hana mkono. Kwa hiyo tafuteni watu wa kudanganya sisi, wajinga waliisha Kenya. Hiyo ndio statement peke yake tu. All the same, let's look at that critically and listen to this even as we continue the conversation. Karibu studio wala ambao mnapaswa kuchangia katika mjadala wa leo tunapoangazia kwa kina siasa zetu na jinsi Kenya inapaswa kuongozwa ipasavyo. Let's listen to this.
To revisit our story on the daring Baringo bandits, Kenya Defence Forces troops will lead a team of security personnel deployed to tackle daring bandits in Baringo, Turkana, Elgeyo Marakwet, West Pokot, and Laikipia counties. Let's take a look.
They landed in Chemolingot area of Baringo County aboard this Kenya Air Force helicopter, signifying that such military conveyance are about to become common in the area. After close to 4 hours in a closed-door meeting that brought together top area police, political and national administration officers, team leader Major General David Tarus said security is their primary role.
But now we want to come up with a Marshall Plan that will include different action plans. For example, we want the political line of action. We want to bring in the socio-economic line of action, where we try to understand issues to do with social economic issues that can change the lives of the people in this region.
The meeting coming just a day after the latest attack at Lemai Way area of Tiati constituency, Baringo County, that left 2 people injured and others missing.
Watu wetu wamepata jeraha 2, na hata saa hii tunasikia kuna wanaume 5 hatujui mali iko, na ng'ombe 150 hakuna ajarudi.
The daring bandits struck after Interior Cabinet Secretary Professor Kithure Kindiki toured the area to assess the state of security.
Umerudisha watu wenye walikuwa wamesettle pale pengine, unaambia endeni kwenyu, amani imekuja. Hii ni amani? Ama hii ni tabu hii?
According to villagers, the bandits overpowered National Police reservists in the area and drove away their cattle. This bull was saved by a bandit bullet lodged in its front limb.
Watu hawakulala manyumbani. Watu waliama wakielekea pande wa Kabel.
The tough terrain in the volatile area has over the years remained under the control of the gun-toting bandits who have left behind a trail of deaths and displacements. With no road network and poor coverage of communication signal, it takes time for officers to respond to distress calls. The security teams vowing to deploy assets of different capabilities to track down and destroy the bandits. Hassan Mugambi, Citizen TV.
And to a major celebration for
Okay, that is what you get with incompetence. That's what you get with empty threats. That's what you get when somebody is not serious about the assignment that he's been given. Kenya, you have to conference with yourself, ujiambie ukweli na uanze kutekeleza wajibu wako. Interior Minister amekuwa huko jana leo umemwambia we are still in charge, baada ya kutoa threat na kusema ata deploy army sijui nini. You don't deal with security from the microphone and the throwing of your finger. Security needs more intelligence, needs more seriousness. Wakenya tukajaribu kukubali kwamba hii mtindo tuko nao haufanyi kazi. Tujaribu serikali ingine, lakini hii sioni ikitoboa. And of course we celebrate the legend Baba Raila Amolo Odinga on his birthday today, as we celebrate legendary leadership. And like I noted, he may not be president, but he's still leading, and his crowd is led. Okay, he provides leadership. He articulates issues the best. Now he's talking about the party being revamped. You have not seen him try to persuade anybody to join any party. Why? He believes in democracy and he believes in strong political parties. And he knows for us to have strong political parties, we should invest into those parties, into building those parties. But Kenya Kwanza seems to be buying everybody, bribing this and bribing that. Na hao ndio mnatuambia ati watatupeleka, ati wataendeleza hii nchi. Pana, you don't leave dealers to deal with leadership and succeed in sustaining right leadership in the realm of propelling the country to move forward. Asanteni kila mmoja, tuendelee tafadhali katika mjadala wa leo. Sijui nane lipa taxi, unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nataka kuambia Roda hajaongea, wacha nimpatie nini, kwa sababu mimi nitakuingilia kidogo, so wacha nimpatie Roda kidogo, unajua mimi nina maneno mengi.
Haya, nimekubali. Roda. Samahani Roda,
I don't want to say because I am a mute. I have problem with my internet. My internet is very slow. I'm sorry. That's why everything is slow, because my internet, when it's Wi-Fi, it's always slow. But in my mobile, I usually go very fast. But yesterday I finished the credit of mobile, so I have to wait next month. So when I see that video for Barigo, what is going on? Why they are fighting? Is it because of the Wanaibana Ngombe, or I didn't understand very well? And that county always have a problem. I remember it was 2013 when Moi was former Moi. He met the former president Uhuru Kenyatta to discuss those areas. Maybe those people, they usually steal the sheep each other. If county natuma jeshi, that people are very dangerous. So it's good wanatuma jeshi. It's good. Watolewe nini, wapelekwa huko kwa sababu si vizuri wanauana ya nini ya ng'ombe. So sad. Anyway, we pray for them, and we hope that our jeshi they will protect the owner of the sheep, because it's not good wanaibana. That's not good. I condemn those people from Barigo, those area, Marakwet. I remember even the same happened in Turkana, and it's those area. Some police, they were killed. Those people must be crazy. They must do something. So Yeah, so it's good Kidiki, at least he did something good for them. To them, they can feel safe. Those innocent people, they are living there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. The story ya kutuma jeshi is still under negotiation, and jeshi hawatumwi tu hivyo, na hata hawako chini ya Kindiki. So Kindiki anapaswa tu kujitahidi kufanya kazi yake, ajaribu aache historia ya kutapatapa. I think they will need Natembea ndio alikuwa naelewa hii maneno kisema mtazaa mshale. Sasa we need some authoritative person like Natembea. Did you know, like Matiang'i. Lakini hii chorus ya soprano, mimi mtanisamee tu, lakini sioni ikitoboa. Okay, thanks.
Unafanya nicheke huko, karibu nianguke chini bwana, na nataka kucontribute to soprano. Hey, Bernard. But wacha nianzie, hata sasa umenifanya nianzie huko chini, nilikuwa nimeandika kidogo. First of all, in any country whatsoever, Kenya, Uganda, Mogad, I don't know, wherever you want to talk, the military is not supposed to be involved in internal affairs. The military is supposed to take care of the borders and the national threats. Story ya internal hiyo wachia polisi, CID, whatever you want to call it, whatever your internal mechanism is. Jeshi should never be used to do anything internally. Those are the people that actually secure our borders. Anyway, nilikuwa tu nataka kuanzia hapo. So I think there's a problem there. Bernard, you know, I was watching, na ndio maana nilikuulizia swali because leo niko mpole kidogo. You know, I've been looking at this thing so much, Bernard, na sijui na bado ndio maana nimekuulizia swali ukajibu na umejibu vizuri sana. When you look at the meeting that was in Mombasa, and when Baba is talking, and not just Baba, forget about Baba, because a lot of people are you know, kuna watu wako allergic ukisema Baba. Let's just talk about our leaders. When you hear people in Mombasa in that, when they were talking, they talk about hatutasimama, tutaendelea, Kenya yetu lazima iendelee. I mean, that's what you hear when you talk about, I mean, when you hear, I'm not going to talk even as Azimio, I'm just going to talk about the leaders that are associated with the ideology that we have. That's what they talk. But when you walk on the other side, all you hear is that si wale waganga tuliwashinda, si tuliwashinda, sijui walifanya nini. Like you feel so much spite from the other side, and well, on this other side, guys are talking about kind of being patriotic to our country. Then on this other side, then unasikiaga too is like we are still in a competition that we don't even understand where this competition is. You know, to a point where Ruto anapelekwa kwa media. Actually, si ati anapelekwa, because I saw that thing, the press thing. He's the one that asked for the press to come. The whole thing he was talking about Uhuru. Before I got shown the door, nani alimuonesha the door, because at the end of the day, I think he went all the way to be the vice president mpaka mwisho, talking about the previous government. And you wonder, dude, what previous government? Which previous government are you talking about? Who was the second in charge? Were you a part of that previous government that you keep on talking about? Unazadhani ni mtu amekuja upya, hajaikuwa kwa serikali. Yet he's been the vice president for the last 20 years. No, what is it? 10 years. So what previous government are you talking about? Honestly, Bernard, honestly, uliambiwa hata okay, kama wataki kuwe kwa hiyo government basi toka. Haungetoka. You still had your offices. We still had the chasers doing gun deals, in your office. You still had the chase cars. You still had a budget. Hustlers plane ni ilikuwaga Hustlers jet. Bado hatujaijua what was happening with that. You've been there. Ni nini unatuambia ati the previous government na wewe ndio ulikuwa hapo ati you were shown the door? What door? You should have walked away then. So when I see when Gachagua and Ruto go and start talking about, si unaona ule mtu tunawaambia watoke, sijui waache kutusumbua, sijui wafanye nini, and then you see Baba's side of them saying okay, sawa, si mlishinda, mnajisikia mlishinda, so wanaongea tu, wanasema hatuwezi acha serikali, hatuwezi acha Kenya ifanyike hivi na vile vile. They're talking about the Kenyan person. These other guys are still in a competition and they're the people in leadership. I don't understand that, Bernard. I'm sorry. Mimi nimefika mahali siwezi. And then Bernard, kuna kitu ulisema, si ati hatujui kitu yote. We were here and we know it. And I keep on saying it, Bernard, and you know it. Tulikuwa tunachukua statistics after statistics, kila kitu ikitumwa. When walianza hizo vitu zote hata za kina Kamago na nini, we knew. We used to take him, tulikaa watu wengi different countries because tulikuwa tunaogopa hii kitu ya server haitafunguliwa. We have the real numbers. We know the numbers. Tuko nazo. We took time off work and we did it. Watu wa IT, and we spent a lot of money. We know when Baba won. And when they started hacking, we raised the eyebrows and we told them, ndio hii, wacheni, munajaribu kuingia. And that's the time they stopped, because they were pulling another 2007 of Mwai Kibaki. When stima zilipotea kila mtu, alafu asubuhi all of a sudden ikaruka. I will say it and I will say it again, Bernard, and forgive me for saying this because I know what I'm saying. Wakitaka wanigonge. Bernard, Ruto got 3.76 million votes. Baba got the rest of them. And it's the reason I've been asking here, Bernard, hadi wa leo na nitauliza tena, na watu wamechoka mimi nikiuliza kitu. Bernard, wapi kura ya Ruto isipokuwa a little bit of Central na pale kanitoji ka Rift Valley kidogo. Hiyo ingine nimeuliza hapa mara kwa mara, hadi nimeuliza watu ya UDA wanakimbiaga, hawezangi sema the kina Dukes, the whatever. You know how many times I've asked that question? Hakuna mahali pengine, huwezi niambia. He got 3.37 million. That's it. Tuache utoto. Watu walisherekea. Baba won it. So as we move on, Bernard, nisiharibu kwa hiyo kwa sababu hizo ni numbers tuko nazo. So wasituone si ni watu wajinga. It's just that we are waiting for them. One wrong move and we'll get them because the evidence is there. Now this Koome lady, she's a disservice to the ladies of Kenya because we wanted her to be there, to be a lady who can be mtu mwenye anaweza saidia Kenya and to show the gender equality and that ladies can do. But she's done a big disservice to the Kenyan ladies. And we know there are good Kenyan ladies out there who are genuine, but she's done a big disservice. And at this point, Ntagongwa. But I don't believe the ladies, with Mother Kome's way of doing things, I don't believe the ladies are up to the task. Pole Bernard, nimewasha moto hapo. I don't believe they are yet up to the task at this point. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Lipeni tax, kesi baadaye. Hiyo maoni yako. I will weigh on that shortly. Kuna huyu Bini Bunu anasema akaota jana usiku kwamba mimi nimefuatwa na State House, niwe nyuma ya Ruto. You- kufanya kazi na Ruto ni ngumu sana. Sioni mimi nikitoboa, lakini kufuatwa hiyo ni it's normal. It's normal in the sense that hata ile siku watu walienda kutoa mapepo State House, kuna wale wao walitupigia simu tukaletewa hizo kadi tuende sijui nini nini, but I can't do that. I can't do that. I don't know how to live a lie in terms of kwenda kushabikia mtu. Kwanza bosi ambaye anapenda kusifiwa, huyo ni bosi ambaye sitoboi kufanyia kazi. Hakuna kitu na ambacho it doesn't naturally. I don't flow with people who have insecurity issues and they want to use you as their booster. Ati unatetemeka mbele yao ama unawaambia yale ambayo wangependa kusikia ili wafili vizuri ndio muendelee kufanya kazi. Hiyo nitachoka sana kabisa, hata sitoboi kabisa. Kusupport serikali ya Ruto ni ngumu sana, mpaka ukuwe muongo, na tena muongo ambaye huna dhamiri. Okay, your conscience has to be seared with hot iron. You are heartless. That's the only way you will support serikali ya Ruto now succeed. Lakini kama bado you have a heart and you have a conscience, you will not, because you can't support evil, especially evil against the masses. Unajua mtu anaweza kosea mwingine ama afanyie mwingine uovu. One person, two people, it's okay. But when you put at risk 55 million lives and you don't feel anything, that means you are dead. You're dead. You're heartless. Una moyo, una utu. You are a dead person. So we really want us to keep in proper perspective. Story women not being up to the task is not a gender issue here. It's just a personality issue. Personality issue in the sense that kama una uwezo, kama huna uwezo, huna uwezo. Na that could be individual, okay? Because we have had women who have stood up for things and succeeded. Look at Mother Karua, okay? She was the only man in PNU, and she was the only man who ever walked out on Moi. They are women who are strong and able to do the right thing, especially in following their persuasion on matters. Whatever transpired in the Supreme Court needs investigations, serious investigation. Kwanza tunahitaji Scotland Yard. I mean, hiyo ni kesi ambayo ni hatari sana, kwa sababu hakuna mtu mzima anaweza kuamua kesi kama hao watu walivyoamua, ukikumbuka kwamba jukumu lao ni kulinda nchi, sio kufurahisha mtu mmoja ama political party moja. Ilikuwa makosa makubwa sana, na hayo yote sijui kama inatokana na Kome, lakini kama Kome ndio president alafu alikuwa anasimamia wengine wote na wakacheza hiyo ngoma ilichezwa vingine. Na kama unakumbuka vizuri, the big brother was all over everywhere in that particular casing. Na hiyo ruling, it was not legal, it was not law, it was just some imagined things. So kama Kome alikuwa up to the task, I doubt. And that's what I'm saying. We had competent people. Ukikumbuka hiyo panel, wale watu walienda vetting to be the Chief Justice. We had brilliant people on that nini. Why do we end up choosing the number 3 when we have number 1 and number 2? Hiyo ndio swali nitaendelea kuuliza mpaka mnipatie jibu. Okay? Chebukati alikuwa number 3. Mkatupa number 1, number 2, mkasettle kwa Chebukati. Mnaona vile Chebukati amefanya? Hii story ya Kome pia. Okay? They settled for Kome on gender consideration. It was not that she was the best among the people that presented themselves for Chief Justice. Kenya has just to accept that we must first be the best before we are first. We must first be the best before we are first. Tuache kupeana uongozi kwa wale watu hawajui kile wanachofanya. Yani mtu ameenda shule, amejifunza vizuri, amekuwa kipaumbele, he is able to deliver because he has good brains, is well exposed and all that. Na unamnyima na unachukua kurudu ingine ambayo haijui kazi, unaipatia ati itajifunza kazi along the way. That's not how you lead a country. That's not how to get the best out of the country. Let's get the very best, give them the highest position so that they can teach others who want to rise up into the ladder. Lakini wewe unachukua ile mtu ako competent unampeleka number 3. Yule mtu hayuko competent unampeleka number 1. Then you subject these people, akili ndogo iongoze akili kubwa. Utakuwa na headache kila siku. So the headache we are suffering in Kenya ni hiyo, akili ndogo inaongoza akili kubwa. Itawezekanaje? Every time you say forward, akili kubwa inasema is backward or this other side. So we must accept it. Whatever happened in the Supreme Court is a state that needs to be investigated. Tunahitaji wale watu mnatoka 90s. Mnakumbuka Derrick? Derrick were the homicide investigator. Tunamhitaji kwa hiyo kesi. Tunamhitaji akuja tupambanulie hiyo kesi, kwa sababu hapo hakukuwa na kesi ya hakuwa na ruling. Evidence was overwhelming in my opinion, and Supreme Court exists to decide matters that are national interest, not legal. Not even legal. It's national interest. At that point in time, what was the best thing for the country? How would the country move forward? What will make everybody in the country come to a place whereby see that he has received justice or justice being done? Tukijaribu tu kukaa eti kwa sababu wamesema hivi na wakasema hivi. IBC ililemewa sana katika hiyo Supreme Court. Kujieleza ikakuwa ngumu. Wewe mbona huku consider other nini? Chebukati had no answer. Huyu plumber anayetokea kwa bathroom mtu akioga ni nani? Hawakuwa na jibu. Haya mambo yote yalikuwa yanawekwa mbele na Wakenya waliona. Then baadaye mnakuja mnasema hot air wild goose. Hot air wild goose. Where would that come from? You don't do that. Hata chief wa nini amui kesi hivyo. Ukiamua hivyo kesi utachomewa nyumba. So it's not necessarily a gender issue, but it's a national issue. A national issue ni Kenya ambayo inachagua watu ambao hawafai, wanaopatia vyeo. Okay? Kwa nini wanataka kuwatumia kufanya maovu? That's where our problem emerges from. You take one person who is incompetent, umpatie ofisi kubwa na uendelee kumkumbusha. Kumbuka mimi ndio nilikuweka hapo. Lazima ufanye vile nataka. Kumbuka makaratasi yako sio safi. Unaona vile wameanza kuongea kuhusu Sakaja. Saa hii tuliposema ana stakabadhi wakasema hapana mnaonea tu nini. Saa hii sio ndio wameanza kusema kuna makaratasi ya Kikomba. Unaona? So they put somebody who is not fit for the job and then they use his huwa tunasema kanisani a limping prophet. Okay? is more trusted than a one who has both feet running properly. A limping prophet when akichechemea anakumbuka kwamba hana nguvu ya kukimbia mwenyewe, so hawezi kufanya maovu. Lakini hapa tunajaribu kutumia wale watu hawajui chochote kuwapatia hapo, ndio tuendelee kujizungusha. Serikali ya Kenya haitaki kutatua matatizo ya Kenya. Simple. Hii story ya bandits nini nini, hiyo kitu inaweza kumalizwa in less than 2 months if it is concentrated on where all government machinery is released, not to go and arrest bandits, just to turn the place upside down so that it does not create an environment for bandits to thrive. Giza haipambani na nuru. Ukishawasha nuru, giza linafanya nini? Linatoroka. Lakini wewe kuna giza, badala ulete light, unaleta vitisho. Wewe bwana tax collector, how are you going to solve darkness problem when you don't want to bring light? It's not possible. You threaten, you darkness, I promise you, you will not succeed. Our government is on you. When there is darkness, you bring light. When light comes, darkness will what? Will go. So what are the underlying issues that make that valley a hideout for bandits? What environment is conducive for them to thrive? How are we addressing them one after the other? Sio kuwa na committee na kupeleka threat. The government of Kenya is a disappointment to any level of intelligence. Why? They are using Kenyans to do evil. Na hiyo haikubaliki. So hii ni serikali ambayo haitaki kutatua matatizo, haitaki kushughulikia matatizo ambayo Wakenya wanakumbana nayo, including election fraud. This Chebukati man, they knew what he will do and how he will do. I have some information, from some DCI guys, okay, where Chebukati had meetings with Ruto several times, including when the elections were going on. Hata hii maneno asema anaenda nyumbani kuoga, they had a meeting, and there are pictures to that effect, there are videos to that effect. Alafu nakuja mnaambia hapa he's a hero. A hero for what? A thief, a crook, somebody who wants to sell the country for his small stomach. We must
Bernard,
get this country back on track. Go ahead.
I'm glad that you said that. You see, sometimes in life, you have to be very moderate in what you're trying to do, because what you just said is just the same. I mean, even me, nasi ati nini, I have some information on so many things, but inaumanga sana when you have something and you want to, unataka kuitoa kwa road, utake na uwezi sema because kanauma, unajua it's there, lakini guys, Bernard, thank you, and ndio maana nimekusimamisha usiende sana, utaweza lipua. Utaweza lipua, but I guess if any Kenyan that thinks Ruto won this election, I think they are naive. They're just naive. I mean, I don't even think if they love their country, because there's so many questions they cannot answer themselves, even with themselves. And Bernard, that's the backwardness that we have in our country and also in Africa. And when we start blaming the West sometimes might not even do anything, but they love when we start doing that, because there's no one to blame but ourselves, the Africans, the Kenyans, the Somalis, the Ugandans. We are our own enemy. It's not the West, because the West doesn't give you breakfast in the morning. Doesn't tell you what choice you're going to make today when you wake up. But it's us, Africans, and the people that we put there. We all know, even the people that come here, the UDA guys, and they'll be here in a few, talking about Ruto won. But Bernard, you ask them how he won, they will not tell you. And you ask them a very pertinent question of how do we make our lives, or how do we do? They tell you, like yesterday, there was a thing here that you need to give this government some time, or give them time at his they will they are doing their things, just give them their time to do wafanyile kitu wanafanya. What time, Bernard, have we ever given any other government that has ever come to our country? Moi kwanza alishikiwa mali akienda huko Uganda, akarudishwa. He came in, jumping, moving. Kibaki came in, hakukwa kitu ya sijui ati kumpatia time. Uhuru came in, even though tulikuwa tunajua kuna vitu haikwenda vizuri time yake akiingia, but aliingia na hakukwa vita. Hakukwa watu wanaulizana sijui nini ijafanyika nini. You take over where, Bernard, ukiniandika kwa hiyo church yako yenye unakuaga, I will not come to start this, dismantling everything in that church. So because now I'm the best, I'm the better pastor, I will take over where mali umefikisha injili, kanisa mali imefika, and I do better. Sitakuja kudismantle hiyo church just because Bernard alikuwa amefikisha hapa. Sasa tuigeuze sadaka, iache kuitwa sadaka, iitwe tax because Martin amekuja. Ala, that's the thing that we have with this guy, and that's not even the biggest problem. Bernard, I'm so sorry, I'm going to be radical like Stone Piken anakuaga. It's a mafia. That's what it is. And that is what you get by being led by a mafia. Someone who just thinks about the money. Bernard, how much did Ruto have? I mean Uhuru. How much did Uhuru have to sustain the country? Alikuwa anatukopesha pesa yake ama ni nini? That Ruto sasa amekuja, sasa hiyo pesa, hiyo kitu yote Uhuru alikuwa akifanya, sasa Ruto hawezi fanya. HELB. Bernard, I went to school with HELB. And you can ask, kuna watu wengi hata juu yetu, even older than me, wenye walienda shule na HELB. It's been there for the longest. Now, why is HELB not there? And by the way, the calculation now that my sister had asked, Bernard, I want to ask you, how many students does Moi University have? How many students does Kenyatta University have? How many students does JKUAT have? How many watu wenye wanachukuaga HELB? And tell me how much wanalipaga. Wanapeagwa. Once you do that calculation, tell me where that money is going. Na kwa nini basi tunaomba pesa? Hiyo pesa imeenda wapi? Because that money is so much, Bernard. Ni pesa mingi. Imagine the population of those universities times how much they get. But again, there's never been a problem. It's always been there. So what is it so different with this Ruto's government that they cannot sustain pesa za wazee? They cannot sustain, HELB ya kusomesha watu. Sasa unataka kuniambia ule mtu ushago? Me, I know myself. Okay, not myself, but I know a cousin and a couple of them that kama ingekuwa ni help wangeenda shule even though alikuwa amequalify. I don't know, Bernard. I'm lost. I'm lost in this kind of governance that is here, and maybe you can help me. Nongeanga mingi sana hapa hivi, but maybe you can help me. I mean, I don't know. Me, I'm out of words. I'm sorry. Nisaidie hapa.
Like I said, if you don't want to own up the responsibilities and the liabilities of your company, you register a new company, transfer assets to the new company, and leave the other company as a shell, and leave the people who had a contract with the other company suffer by suing a shell to recover whatever they need to recover. We talked here about the difference between leaders and dealers. What we have is dealers in the place of leaders. Expecting leadership from dealers is like expecting, unasema maziwa ya kuku. Hawezi kamua kuku ikupatie maziwa hata ukikuja na maombi. So hapa tuko na serikali ambayo iko tayari kufanya biashara, na sehemu yoyote ambako biashara inaweza kufanya mpaka waweke mguu wao hapo. Na hii masuala ya kubadilisha sijui help, kubadilisha sijui youth fund, hiyo masuala yote ni ku get rid of the structure that was there plus the people that were there, so that I put in my people who will do for me what I want. This is what is happening right now. Let's not at we want to streamline or we want to deliver service. It's not to deliver service. This put our strategic people in strategic places so that they keep doing for us our biddings regardless of what is happening to the country. We have a leadership that has no interest on whether the country closes or the country goes forward. They have zero appreciation of the lives of Kenyans. That's why we are where we are. On education, the country invests in education for the future. It does not invest in education with the availability of the funds or not the availability of the funds. It's for the future, whereby in 20 years' time, the teachers who are teaching right now will have retired, okay? The majority. In 20 years' time, the doctors that we have right now, some will have retired. We will need to have doctors. We will need to have nurses. We will need to have teachers. We will need to have all the people in different sectors. So we are investing in education so that we generate these people, so that we will never have a deficit in the future. So a right-thinking government ensures that these things are being done so that there will be no deficit in the future. That is the whole essence. Even making education accessible, education affordable, it is in that mind. We need to have competent people in the country so that those competent people will be useful to the country by making sure that everything is done rightly. But sasa hii serikali ni serikali ya kutafuta mahali pa contract. Umesikia rais mwenyewe, nitakuchezea video tena, amesema tu vizuri, usisign contract bila kujua ni ya nani na imetoka wapi. Hiyo ndio bonding waenda kufanya, jinsi ya kusign contract. Ambie kama umeshindwa kusign, unipigie simu, nimewapatia namba ya simu, nitawaeleza vile mnafanya. These are dealers. These are people who are there to make a kill, so they want to be in education. Ili pesa yote inapewa kwa budget ya education, they get their slash. They want to be in agriculture, so that any money that is allocated to agriculture, they have their slash. They want to be in infrastructure, so that any money is allocated, they have a slash. They are the ones who choose the contractor, choose the supplier, choose the consumer, and choose the presiding officer of those consumption. This is a mess. Hii story that we want oversight Oh, without oversight, we cannot do the right thing. It's an excuse. They want to be the alpha and the omega of every item. And the man at the top, he wants to be the brainchild of every ministry and how that ministry is done. He has also invited leadership of governors, okay? So that pia hilo contract imeenda kwa county government, pia anaye akuwe na nini? Na mtu wake hapo, ambaye atakuwa anapitisha zile bidding zake. This is corruption personified. This is setting the ground for corruption. And this will be the most corrupt government. Scandals zile zitatoka hapa zitazidi popcorn. And not many days, in the next 90 days, what you are going to see is going to be hell on earth. If we don't get rid of this government, give it 5 years, there will be no country called Kenya. Kwa sababu madeni hiyo mnasema tu Kenya ilikuwa haiwezi peanwa deni, mtakuwa na madeni mpaka hey. Get rid of a bad leader, we get the country right. We sustain a bad leader, the country keeps going the wrong direction. Na hapo ndio tupo. So hii sio masuala mengine yote. Dealers looking for how to cut deals in every place. And that has been the major problem of this country. And with the Kenya Kwanza, we are not solving it. We are making it worse. Yes, Rhoda.
Kuna mtu anasema kwa message, kwa chat anasema ati ataongea Kiswahili. Kiswahili yangu sikwangi perfect, lakini unajua mimi nimezaliwa huko kijiji. Tulikuwa tunajua watu wanaongea Kiswahili watu wa Nairobi. Lakini najaribu. Anasema ati watu wa Mount Kenya ndio wana control economy. Nataka kukwambia wewe unasema hivi, Mount Kenya wa control economy. Mount Kenya wewe bora ukue wa UDA. Ruto anaweza kubaia nyumba mpaka Karen akaruda. Ukitikia wewe umsupport na usikie wewe wa UDA, oh my god. Even he can buy for you ticket to go to Dubai for holiday. As long uko UDA. Him, that's what he wants. So Mount Kenya that doesn't control economy is because they support him. That's a fact and that's a real. Every community in Kenya support Ruto wanafanya. Unaona kama vile alifanya Kakamega anawaletea maendeleo kwa sababu he wants something there in Luya community. He wants something in Bogoma, in Busia, Bukusu community. That is the way the thought of Ruto. Ruto, he believed to buy people. That's the way leadership. Tunaona Uhuru Kenyatta sasa alikuwa rais wetu mteule na tunampenda sana. Mimi nampenda sana. Yeye ajainunua mtu kwa pesa. Maybe when he was doing campaign in 2017, because I had people say there saying he was buying people because they can support him with the Ruto 2017. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's propaganda, I don't know. But yeye watu wote unaona kama ule mtu wa Bukusu si Musana Waitangula ni ametoka Bukusu, ni Mubukusu. Yeye kwa na Ford Kenya haje mubai.
Rhoda. Sorry Mr. Chair for yes? Poleni nyote wawili for misbehaving. Nani Bernard, you know this is not my time. Wacha nikimbie back, nilikuwa nimekimbia kazi, there was something I was doing na nimepata hata nimechelewa sasa na I gotta go back nijitete. Unajua this program is addictive. Sasa nimekaa hapa nishapitisha 20 minutes than the time that I needed to go back to the office. So I'll see you guys later. Nitarudi, poleni sana. Thank you Rhoda for giving me that time, and Mr. Chair Bernard, I'll be back later nikitoka.
Haya, wewe jitetee, fanya kazi alafu utarejea. Asante sana. Rhoda, you can conclude your submission. Thank you.
Sasa, as long you are supporting Ruto, he can buy for you ticket even to go to US, to sleep even, buy something. That's his thought. I know him. That's the way he personality, who he is. But Uhuru, he was not like, Uhuru was just simple. Uhuru, even if you support him, you like him or not, he loved himself. He didn't care. And that's why Ruto, they didn't understand each other with Uhuru, because Ruto didn't understand why Ruto, you love yourself. You know, Ruto, he didn't, right? The former president, he didn't care. ate anabai watu kama huyo ametoka Bukusu, ni Mbukusu community. I didn't buy for him. Kenya Ford Kenya, he didn't buy for him. He didn't buy Musalia Mudavadi na ni community ingine huko Vihiga. He didn't buy for him. He didn't buy Koigwa Mwere. He didn't buy anybody, because he knew what is the leadership. He have learned for his father. His father, that's why he make it to fight for us for colonize. He have that blood. Hata mimi unaona, as long you support Ruto, anaweza kupatia kikiti ya senator wa Nairobi. As long we uda. That's what his personality, and that is the corruption. It's like a Museveni. Museveni, he used to buy member of parliament. That's the way he believes. That's why Uganda is always sidori kwa sababu wanamnunua. Watu kama wanataka maendeleo baka Bob Wine, they cannot. But I'm proud with the Uganda people. They show the most. I mean, Musalia Mudavadi have killed a lot of Baganda tribe because they're the one who need to change. They need a change, not other tribe. Because Museveni is a Rwandi. Those that they came many years ago in Uganda. So Ruto, his ideology is, as long you support him, he buy for you. You can eat good food at your home. You can do whatever. Even me, I live in diaspora. As long as I support him, he can come back. Yes, I can buy for you house in Ruda. Oh, you live good life. You eat good food. That's his ideology. And that is the corruption. That is not to make country forward. That's not good. To buy watu kwa pesa. I'm living in Europe. I have never seen anybody in this country. That is not the law. If you buy somebody money, even you can go to jail life. Tunanunua mtu, hata prime minister, hata minister, ile hospitali mimi naenda, ajai iba pesa ama kununuliwa. Akikata vile maisha mimi nakaa dia nakaa, wanapata mshahara poa, lakini akikataa kulipa bill na mimi nikatae, kule tunapelekwa, anapelekwa. Ati kusema ati wewe uko minister uko na more favor. No! Because they can't law by the law. They focus about the children will come from the next generation. They don't want me. That's the way I came here. I learned. I have to learn this country, the law by the law. I learn in the integration when I come here. Every foreigner must come here. You must integrate how things work in the society, how the culture works. Because when you go your own way, utajiputa makuta mangumu. You never move forward. You never get job. You'll be always criminal. Some people who come here, they do funny, stupid things. They are criminal because they don't want to integrate in society. They want to keep their own culture. They don't want, So that's what our country is, like that. Unaona vile alifanya President Uhuru, alimtoa resident yake kwa ile amejenga nyumba yake na pesa yake State House, na hiyo ni resident alipatwa na babake, akajenga nyumba yake kukaa na familia, akampeleka Isaweli kwa sababu Uhuru he was not supporting. If Uhuru was supporting him, he could not remove him resident. Akamdanganya mpaka K24, si amechukua zote. Kwa sababu he was not supporting him. I'm proud with the President Uhuru Kenyatta. Even now, watu wale wanaongea rumors, kudanganya. Former president ni chairman wa Azimio. Mwache ujinga, wale wanawatumia propaganda. Even he said they are going to meet together with the member of KANU. Wanakutana wote. It's better Uhuru Kenyatta akae Isawili, but he didn't support him, because if supported, that's why I'm proud with me to be a Kikuyu tribe. Thank God I grown up in because my tribe, we are not, like I know, like Uhuru Mwai Kibaki, he was a Kikuyu tribe. He's a Nyeri. Nyeri is the same. We have different accents, but he didn't punish to take mali yake ampeleke nini. That's not the way we learn. We learn to forgive, because nobody perfect. We do fail. We do stupid things. We live forgiveness and positive spirit. That's what we learn in our parents. You must learn how to forgive. You must learn how to live your own life. You must learn to love yourself. That's why I learned from my parents. You must learn to love yourself. You must learn to accept and to be satisfied with the life. Whether you have small or good, small thing you have, be happy. Enjoy what you have and what you don't have. That's what I learned from my parents. Other watu wakikutana, don't care. If people they say you're like this, don't care what people think about you. As long you are alive, who cares? Whether you live small house, whatever you live, don't focus. You're the something you be thankful even to be alive, But Ruto vile ametuonyesha sisi tukiwa Kenya, kama mimi nakuanga namweka chini. I don't respect him, I don't value him. I don't see him as a president. Akatuiba kura zetu, akafanya nini? I don't, he was using witchcraft. I don't know, he get Nigeria and manipulation. That's what the work is. And he can manipulate. If you don't know who you are, and you don't have the Holy Spirit to protect you, I'm telling you, can use the witchcraft for all community to control. And I'm coming to do the project. Hey, I'm going. You know what he did in Kakamega? He built for them the flea plan, the airport. Okay, people from Kakamega, they're happy for that. And then I had in Bugoma, I don't know, it's the Mumias, how they are going to, and Mumias have this sugar. And Uhuru Kenyatta, he gave for him 2 million and go and do project there in Mumias. It's not the Uhuru didn't do something. He was doing many things. Even Kakamega County, he built the stadium. He was not, didn't love other community. So that's what I want to address. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rhoda. We appreciate that. Naomba tafadhali tujitahidi, wale ambao mnataka kuchangia ama ukitaka kupinga kile kitu kimesemwa, tumia hiyo link kuja studio, ukatetee ama ukapinge kile ambacho kimesemekana. Lakini cha muhimu, kila mmoja wetu awajibike. Let's get these videos even as we proceed with the conversation, ili we keep on the right track. Naona watu wengi leo wamelala ama wameenda retreat. Okay, acha tuone hii tukisonga mbele.
All right, let's focus on Nairobi County for a moment now. The embattled Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja says he will not back down on his reform agenda despite criticism from Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua on his planned removal of matatu operators from the city's central business district. Sakaja says he has full backing of the head of state on his transformational push to restore the city's lost glory. Seth Olale with the latest update on the Sakaja-Gachagua leadership tussle that threatens to divide the ruling coalition.
Barely a week after a section of leaders from the Mount Kenya region came out in defense of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua over his stance against reforms being taken by Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja, the embattled county boss says he won't relent as he is a man on a mission.
Na nimemuita tukae chini na yeye. Mambo yoyote ambaye anaamua ambaye anaweza haribu biashara katika Nairobi, kwanza tuongee tukubaliane.
You know, I had somebody saying that Sakaja ujui Nairobi ilikuwa hivyo kabla uzaliwe. That's why I'm governor. I can't leave it to be how it was before I was born. We must change it.
On 20th December 2022, DP Gachagua called on the Nairobi governor to go slow on removing long-distance PSV operators from the city's CBD.
Sakaja ni kijana mzuri, ni governor, nitamketisha chini. Tutakubaliana vile wafanyabiashara watakaa Nairobi bila kusubuana sana. Mungetaka nimketishe chini? Tukubaliane na yeye, tulimsaidia, na vile tulimsaidia tutaketi chini na yeye tukubaliane vile tutakaa.
Sakaja maintains that he will go ahead implementing the initiative aimed at decongesting the city's CBD.
Change is difficult, but change is inevitable. We must change our city to be that city, that shining, jewel on the African continent.
Gashagua's allies, led by Mary Senator Wahome Wamatinga, warned the Nairobi governor of a possible impeachment should he make good his threat to relocate long-distance PSVs from the city's CBD.
The deputy president must be respected for who he is.
But Sakaja enjoys backing from a section of Western Kenya leaders who have come to his defense, saying as the duly elected governor of Nairobi, he has the full constitutional mandate to shape the future of the city county.
Sakaja was elected by Kenyans in Nairobi. So we want to call out the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua that if you don't respect yourself as the Deputy President of Kenya, we will not respect you. In fact, at some point, we will bring a motion, I will bring a motion in Parliament to impeach you.
The Gachagua-Sakaja public spat that is threatening to cause division in the ruling coalition became a talking point in Wednesday presidential joint media interview at State House, Nairobi.
We have a new governor in Nairobi. There are issues. He's trying to do this, he's trying to do that. Some he gets right, some maybe he needs a bit more consultation.
I thank the President William Ruto has been extremely supportive.
The capital city's CEO responded to Gachagua's criticism while receiving a health task force report that recommended a systematic upgrade of the county's health sector, including additional medical equipment and personnel. Nairobi County Boss is using the health sector as a strategic launching pad for reforms in a bid to restore the capital city's former glory. Seth Olale, Citizen TV at County Hall, Nairobi County.
Okay. I think Sakaja is living up to that UDS slogan at Pangwingwi. And if that is the way, then pia yamekataa kupangwa. Gachagua and the team should organize themselves on how to defend the so-called business interests in their backyard. But they should not micromanage Nairobi. Nairobi ina wenyewe na sisi ndio wenyewe. So sio maneno ya tutamketisha chini nimwambie cha kufanya. Enda kaketi chini wewe mwenyewe ukafanya kile unapaswa kufanya. All the same, I'm happy with the development and with a good stand. Anything that can help this city recover better. But from where things are right now, ni kubaya. Lazima tuambiane ukweli, ni kubaya. Hakuna mahali unapita usikanyage nyanya za mama. Na ukikanyaga nyanya, afadhali ukanyage nyoka. Ukikanyaga nyanya ya mama kwa street ya Nairobi, the kind of war you will face is worse than the Gulf War. So please, let something be done to help this particular city. I want to appreciate all of you that are joining us into the discourse tonight as we continue in Nairobi. It's morning, and I'm glad that we are all here. Let's look at the retreat. In my opinion, that retreat is irritating me. It's a waste of taxpayers' money, and the agenda doesn't look anything clearer except is free for expenditure, and whatever that is going to come out of it may just be hot air as usual. As a people, we need to hold to account this particular government. But from the look of things, they don't look like they are going to do anything that will help this country. All the same, nataka tuendelee na mjadala wetu. Tuendelee kukaribishana wawili, watatu, wanne, watano, ili hiyo namba isonge juu kwa wale watu wanatazama. Na washukuru tu sana kwa kuendelea kufuata Mtembei TV na haswa hiki kipindi. Na kama vile nilikuwa nimesema hapo awali jana kwamba hii weekend na kusanya hela ya kulipia bills za kusustain this particular program. And so we invite your contributions from all that are willing to be part of this. It's not a condition for you to participate into this show. Let me make that clear. It's not a condition. This show is open to everybody, and you can join as long as you click that link and sign up, and then you join. So, but to sustain the show and be able to keep everything running, we should be able to pay our bills. Na sisi ambao ni beneficiary wa hiyo show, sisi ndio tunaisustain. So I'll be sharing the details. You send your M-Pesa, alafu tunaendeleza show kama kawaida. It is important that we do that. There was still a suggestion of putting up a committee in charge of that. We are still ventilating on it. We had such a committee, but it developed problems after the elections, and the experience of the elections became so difficult that either everybody went home or everybody went silent. But we will consider that. In the meantime, tuendelee kutuma hiyo mchango wetu tukiendelea na mjadala wetu. Tumkaribishe Wangira atoe maoni yake na alafu tusonge hivyo. Karibuni. Karibu Mr. Wangira.
Oh, asante sana Bernard. Thank you very much, Bernard. It is a good morning here in Kenya, and I'll say good morning to everybody. I can see there is Rhoda. I can see there is the other one, Alex, then Joseph. I pass my regards to you. Bernard, let me just first comment on that Sakaja clip before perhaps I say one or two things about President William Samoei Ruto's retreat in Mount Kenya, at that Mount Kenya Safari Club. Bernard, Sakaja seems to understand his role very, very well, because I've listened to him. He's a young man, and having been a member of parliament and having been the Senate of Nairobi, he sounds grounded when it comes to what a county government is supposed to be. And that's why he doesn't seem to be moved by the rhetorics by Rigathi Gachagua. There was a song that was sung, I'm unworkable. Sakaja seems to be unworkable in this particular circumstance. And the reasons are just simple, that Sakaja understands that the county government is distinct from the national government. There's not, the county government is not subordinate to the national government. These are two distinct governments, which are supposed to work interdependently. So there's no superior government between the national government and the county government. That's one thing that Sakaja now seems to understand. This is the other thing that he seems to understand. He knows that he's not in any way accountable to the deputy president. He's not by law accountable to the deputy president. He knows that the first people that he's accountable to are the people of Nairobi who elected him. Then he knows that he's accountable to the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. And he also knows that he's accountable to the Nairobi County Assembly. So long as, he's in good books to the people of Nairobi, and he's in good books with the Senate, and he's in good books with the Nairobi County Assembly, So Sakaja does not need to worry about, we could describe, the Gachagua talk in regard to the Gachagua talk in regard to Sakaja ni kama kupigia mbuzi gitaa, what Rigathi is trying to do to Sakaja ni kama kupigia mbuzi gitaa. It does not have any meaning because it's not grounded in law. So where Sakaja stands today, so long as he has the support of the people of Nairobi, and he has the support of the Senate and the county assembly, so there's nothing to worry about. And so long as he's living within the county, within the laws that are governing the management of the county government, that include the County Government Act, the Public Finance Management Act, so long as he's working within those laws, then he doesn't need to worry about. He can dismiss Rigathi Gachagua with the contempt that he deserves. That's perhaps all that I will say about the young gentleman called Sakaja. President William Ruto is in Mount Kenya in that hotel yesterday. I told you the name of the hotel where they are residing for the next 4 days. I don't know when the meeting is ending, perhaps tomorrow or on Sunday, possibly. And today now he has told his ministers, when he was addressing them, that you want all government department align their services, what he calls the bottoms up model of economics. That's what he has told us. To majority of us up to today, you remember there was that issue. Many of us did not understand what William Ruto meant by bottoms up, even when he was campaigning. And I don't know whether he has defined the bottoms up for the people to know what it is, especially at policy level, because he wants it now to be aligned in government as a policy, as a policy statement. So if bottoms up model becomes a policy statement, then we need a definition to understand what bottoms up is. So today he told them that you want the bottoms up model aligned to all government services, Bernard. So when I was listening to William Samoei Ruto, I didn't know whether to give him benefit of doubt or whether to say that if wishes were horses, then everybody could ride. If you listen to his statement, as I was listening to him today, I don't know whether to just regard them as wishes by the president, which can never be horses for Kenyans to ride, or whether to give him benefit of doubt. Bernard. Then he talks about, wanting the bottoms up model entrenched in all government departments in all parastatals. That's what he was saying as a mean of ensuring that there is economic transformation in this country. And I've told you that even where I stand today, I don't seem to understand I don't know whether it's bottom up or bottoms up. Whatever it is, up to today, I don't understand what it actually means. Perhaps, Bernard, you could be well placed to define to me what or explain to me what is it bottoms up or bottom up, whatever it is, to make me understand what it actually means. Because where I stand, I don't know what it means. So if you're telling me that you want it now to become part of government policy, I don't really understand what it is. And if I don't understand what it is, then do public servants really understand what bottoms up is, Bernard? Because it needs to come out very clearly so that we really understand. Perhaps we need a white paper on the bottoms up thing, so that Kenyans understand what bottoms up. We don't want it to remain the rhetorics, Bernard, we had during the campaigns where, the president was always talking about bottoms up without being articulate. Because I remember the present minister for was somebody speaking? Okay, let me continue. I remember the present CS for water, Madam, the former MP for Kandara, appeared on a TV station just 3 months ago, where when they were campaigning for William Ruto to become president, and she was challenged on a live TV platform to tell the people of Kenya what bottoms up was, and she was unable. And today she's now CS for water, and a person who is supposed to ensure that the bottom up model is aligned to all government departments, including department in the Ministry of Water. So if that lady who is CS for water does not understand what bottoms up is, then I don't know how she'll make it, aligned or to her department. That's the challenge. So I don't have any problem with bottoms up. What we need is an explanation so that the people of Kenya, can have a clear, in one statement, they can be in a position to explain in one statement what bottom is it bottom or bottom up, whatever it is, what it means, Bernard. So that is what he largely spoke about today when he was in in Mount Kenya today. He spoke largely about bottoms up. I wanted it to be applied in agriculture and in the entire government department and parastatals. So my problem is what the bottom up or bottoms up is, because I don't really know what it is up to today, because nobody has explained to the people of Kenya and to me to make me understand what it actually means, Bernard. Finally, Bernard, Raila Odinga was in Mombasa today, and he welcomed President William Ruto's suggestion that there should be an inquiry on what happened on the 15th of August. You remember that is the day William Samoei Ruto was declared president-elect by Chebukati, because Raila Odinga believed that Chebukati bungled these particular elections, and according to Raila Odinga believed that some of the things that Chebukati committed could amount to what he called crimes against humanity. So he welcomed that particular idea, and he was saying we should be in a position to be told what actually happened on that particular day, because according to him there are big likelihood that Chebukati bungled this particular election. Then he told William Samoei Ruto that it's time that they stopped misusing the church and the mosque for purposes of politics, because the churches and mosques have their place in society, and like churches, churches are supposed to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ, just like the mosques are supposed to preach the message of God. So he was telling them not to stop using the church and the mosque for the propaganda that they always and particularly the churches. He said that every Sunday they are using church platform to propagate what he called propaganda. So that's what Raila said. So me, I am in agreement that if William Samoei Ruto feels that there should be an inquiry that will tell the people of Kenya what actually happened on the 15th. And Raila Odinga also believes that what happened on the 15th was not right, and perhaps somebody bungled that particular election. Then later, because the two sides seem to agree, Raila Odinga on his side and William Samoei Ruto on the other side, that there should be an inquiry on what actually happened on that day. Then oh, the earlier, we have this inquiry, the better, because Raila Odinga said what I just said it here the other day, that, it will be impossible for people to go for elections in 2027 without actually knowing, Bernard, what happened in 2022. So, that is a welcome gesture. It was a suggestion by the president, and, you can see that it has now been welcomed by Raila Odinga. Let us see whether, the president will take it step higher to see that such an inquiry takes place. Thank you, Bernard. Let me now allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wangida. We appreciate it for your givings. I will still revert back to the Bible in trying to respond to your question. The Bible says that woe unto you, O land, if your king be a child, and that they eat in the morning. One of the characteristic of adolescent is trying to discover yourself and prove yourself. Is teenage, is adolescent, and they invest a lot in trying to be different and proving that they are different and they are not like others. I think in my understanding, we are faced with a government that is adolescent or led by somebody who is adolescent in terms of leadership, who wants to prove a point by invoking a difference where there is no difference, and trying to prove that he's better compared to others, when actually he's not scoring according to what is expected. His ambitious plan of bottom up, and even that term bottom up, it's not working. It is not anywhere. I've just been watching a video. I tried to get it played on his cabinet in the where is Mama Mboga and the bottom people in that entire scenario. There's nobody there. Mudavadi is 4 billion. The other one 1.2. The other one, there is no Mama Mboga there. There's no bottom there. So this ambitious plan is going to plunge this country into a greater mess than where we are right now. If I was William Ruto, I should go slow on these other experiments and just play according to what is actually working first. Then thereafter, consider introducing some changes systematically, not overhaul. This overhaul is bound to backfire, and it will backfire badly. And the risk is it will have a lot of damages, especially to the younger lives. Now he's experimenting with education. Before he's through with the primary, secondary education transition, he has already jumped on the issue of university and help. He wants to merge it into CG what. Why should you bite all these things at the same time? Except you want to create confusion so that you have a conducive environment for evil to thrive in terms of siphoning public funds without being well, because while we were transiting, this disappeared. While we were transiting, this disappeared. While we were transiting, this disappeared. And the law is not clear. The law is not in place. So this is just creating confusion to make corruption thrive. And it doesn't look good. It doesn't smell good. Let us think differently as Kenyans and push for what is right, not what is being offered. The business that William Ruto and team are offering Kenyans, it leaves a lot to be desired. Before we bring in Alex, there was Richard Wafula trying to get into the studio. Your gadget is not well configured, Mr. Richard. If you're able to get me, what you do is if you're using your phone, restart your phone from the beginnings. And then when you click on the link, don't disallow StreamYard from controlling your camera and controlling your audio. It sets for itself so that it is able to open it when you come to the studio. So when you disallow it, what happens is that when you come to the studio, it will not, the app will not allow you to do what you're required to do. So Mr. Fuller Richard, if you are able to get me, please just do that and you will be able to get in the studio and make your submission. Thank you so much. Mr. Alex wa Gumba, karibu sana. Habari ya leo? Sorry, Bwana Alex. You unmute, the microphone is beside your name on the screen. You open that mic first because we can't hear what you're saying until you have unmute.
Me? Hello, you can hear me now?
Okay, there is okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Happy New Year, all of you. And I'm happy to be back.
Okay, Happy New Year to you. Mr. Alex,
Okay, thank
if you're
you.
using your headphones, I think remove them so that you're
Yeah.
more audible. Your volume is very low.
I can adjust.
Okay, increase it and then we go ahead.
Now you can hear me well.
Okay,
are
go
you okay
ahead.
there
It's a
now?
little better. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first of all, I have to appreciate you people. You're wonderful, and we are in another new year. Even though the calendar is different, but everything remains there. We have just changed the dates in the calendar, but what we had is still there. The Kwanza is still making us the way we used to be. And I want to be happy because you used to see me with a bandage in my neck. Now I'm okay. I don't have it. So I can see it's an achievement because I was sick and I was operated, but now I'm okay and I'm talking. So far, so good. According to the topic of today, Kenya Kwanza is taking no stock. They're just doubting Thomas's who want to feel what the audience will say, what people will say, because they know and they know how to talk. They just want to find a new, refreshing themselves on how to talk and attack Raila. That is one. Second, according to what I saw today and yesterday, they wanted to make by themselves. They wanted to make it clear that there is a problem within themselves, but they were sending a message to themselves, hiding from the audience, which is the people of Kenya, and everything is known because nobody is stupid again. Hakuna wajinga tena Kenya, vile walisema wao, and that's the truth. Kuna pressure huko, and that pressure is brewing very well, but the wait is here. There are more questions than answers. And even if I ask a question, nobody can answer that. They are so jumpish. Sheikh Juma Ngao today, if you listen to Sheikh Juma Ngao with the dual issue, then you could realize everybody is running helter-skelter in the Kenya Kwanza. Nobody wants to own up. They just go with the mouth, and the mouthpiece they have is more than their earpiece. And to be honest, I told you this before, and I told you in January, you can remember my speech that day, that there's a January. The January is going to describe very well the Kenya Kwanza government. Because now the subsidies are all gone. Call it lab, call it secondary, call it primary, call it mother, call it kazi kwa wananchi. It's all gone. And they are piling up, my brother. Now, at our own perspective, I told you I never want to be a hustler. I better be a layman. And I'm talking on a layman language. Because hustler has been manipulated. It's a different, in Kenya, it's a different language altogether. Because the description, if you can get the description of a hustler, then you find yourself out of the topic. The way it is. It is politicized and it has a different meaning. So I feel happy when I call myself a layman, and what I'm trying to reason right now, I'm reasoning as a layman. I don't want to be a professor or name it. Now I go back there, Bernard. We have a problem, and this problem is brewing and is big. But we are becoming an ostrich. We are burying our heads. They are burying their heads on the sand. Mlipuko iko na hii January will tell it all. January will tell, because school fees, my friend, if you want to know when a parent is aggrieved and hungry and can no longer reason, is when the child cannot go to school and the child cannot get that food from school. And then you have to tell me, I've suffered from primary to secondary, then reaching university also now, the help is favoring some kind of people and some kind of people cannot. Is it not weird? It is, yes. But now, sometimes it's funny because we are just people who can afford to talk and just talk only, and we leave it at the level of talking. Now, my worry is one, Ben. It's only one person who can talk. Otherwise, other people are just waiting for him to talk, who is Raila. Only. Today, he just mentioned a few words there, and now it's the talk of the day. But why him? And then when he talks, we will now try to build on that. The opposition, when you are in opposition, the other party are the opposition, the government now. Because we talk the opposition language. So I try to understand why must he talk and why him? And why is everybody waiting? And I'm happy that the demonstration that has been put onto us and we have it is not him, is one of us. But do you think they will understand it that it's not him? Then nobody will accept. Because he's a master of demonstrations. He's the master of call it, name it, name it, name it. All those names are there and in the negativity. Kwa hivyo Ben, Januari hii kuna shida. As much as we want to make it look well, it's not well as such. I am coming back to Gashoga Rigiji, the Rigiji man, amefanya hiyo kitu tena ama bado? Amefanya hiyo kitu tena and now Ben, I think Kizungu inasema a man's mess should be a lesson to you. Kama ndugu yako amefanya kitu na maana amelipuka, hata ukimsomea, lakini learn from there. So right now we know how to create a different perspective in a thing that on top of the table. So right now it was about Rigiji and my DVD. And the trending now is now about the body language. There's nothing like body language there. These people discussed before they met. And so it was just to listen to people, to hear our minds. There's nothing like so and so. Because when the president addressed, he said, hey, come on. My name and the Rigiji was in the ballot. So who is this person doubting that? Then sisi tumetoka kwamba wengine wamesomewa, wengine hawakusomewa. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Those are just delaying tactics because 100 days ishaenda, hakuna kitu imefanyika. So we know how to divert the attention so that we can talk about that body language, so and so is going from where and so is coming. No, those are just delaying tactics. Ni hata sioni is something called body language there. They are sitting together. Body language is from us who want to feed ourselves and to make ourselves look better on things that are not existing. The real story is I see the comments there also. People have to realize school fees and the unga, those things will make people wanna explode. Unless wewe uko nazo unapewa hiyo kitu hiyo. So we wait and see because help imetolewa. Secondary tunalipa, primary, I don't know if I'm communicating well, but that's the truth, whether you like it or not. I'm a parent, you're a parent. If somebody thinks I'm lying, then let's wait and see. I'm a Kenyan by birth, original Kenyan by birth. How? If you could do one, useme education for free, maternity for free, that's all. Hizo zingine zote toa ya wazee. We can handle them. Once I have a job, I can handle my elderly. So that's my, really, that's where I feel like something is not adding up. When I try to connect the dots, no, something is not adding up. And also, this government must accept to move on. They want the opposition to move on, but they don't move on. They have not accepted. Because we are not politicking, we need to work. The president today talked to his people, the cabinet. We need to work, but are they going to work? Where is the impeachment for Kuria? Where is it? The impeachment for Gashagwa is just diverting attention. Impeachment for Sakaja, just diverting attention. They're diverting to make Kenyan busy talking, because they know how to talk. Is it making any sense? Is it creating any difference? Is there anything you see that is new that because now Gashagwa and Kasakaja are joining? These people are playing their games. It's just a matter of game, deal. To me, Sakaja is talking what? We pick side. It's not helping anything. All we need is affordable life, the hunger and fuel, education, health, our mothers. See, it will be reasonable enough when we can consider that. But if you want to tell me now, you stop telling me about education, tell Gashago had a body language that we could not understand. Mudavadi is taking over. We are just politicking. We have to tell them what we want. They are the governors and we are the governed. This is how we want to be ruled. Why are we ignored and we are the voters? I might be against the Kenya Kwanza. And maybe I voted for them. And I'm not there because I've seen something that. So if you demonize me, I demonize any somebody else. I don't know how we're helping each other. Because when it's schools, you pay, you don't pay, you voted for it, you did not. We are all suffering. Your child, when is sent away because of school fees, you will pay, whether you like it or not. So certain things are just so neutral that you cannot say because I voted Kenya Kwanza and I was in Azimio, so I must feel happy even if I'm suffering. No. Hiyo ni kuvaa ngozi ya kondoo. I don't go with that. According to me, as a layman. You see, so and I still repeat, all we have to do is to shout to the highest on what is not adding up, is really is not good for us, because we are the governed, and we have to give how we want to be governed. It's not about Kenya Kwanza or DM or Azimio. These are things that are combining us together, the governed and the governors. And in fact, presidency is an institution, it's not just about Ruto. And the institutions will serve. See, so sometimes you feel Kenyans becoming bitter when I talk. You want to demonize, I demonize you. Where are we heading with that? When you don't pay, you cannot afford to pay your school, the school fees for your children. Yeah? Will it be because you did not vote for Kenya Kwanza or Azimio? It's just good to be. We pull up our socks. We are just too optimistic. Tunakuwa tu tunangoja and then wasa siku moja tutapata, siku moja tangu Kibaki nani na tumepata nini, and then moja akitoka huyo ameenda tuingize ingine. So but the serious thing about this is one, crocodile tears bwana, everybody's crying. Na hii kitu iko, wengine wanaongea tu kwa sababu wampata chance ya contribute kwa social media, and they are suffering more than even those of us who are talking here. What they feel in them is more bitter, but they wanavaa ile nguo kuonekana wao hakuna. But it's a reality, everyone is suffering in Kenya now. Take an example of Murkomen. You think those people were hooligans? No, they're Kenyan citizens. There's something they are feeling in them, but sometimes they go, they retreat. Kwa sababu utaanza mtoto wa fulani ndiye aliorganize hiyo. So inabidi ukunje mkia, but you are suffering. So because Ben, what I mean is hatuendi kwa direction nzuri. We are not heading towards the right direction. No. Please no. The interview, I saw it. People are talking with body language of Gashagwa and Mudavadi, you know, that's just diverting attention. That one-on-one with the president could tell more than Gashagwa and Mudavadi. Now, he's our father, he's our president. We expect a lot from him. But now, I expect something when he's asked a question, to be honest with the questions. But when you ask a question and then the answer you give is far away from what you are asked. Me as a listener or an audience, I cannot ask but at that time, but how do I feel? I feel, come on, let me continue with my job. And that's what they want, divide and rule. You like, you don't like, that is it. Kubali matokeo. Hiyo ndio iko. Kitu iko sahi, kubali matokeo. Kubali na yaende. Move on. But somebody who's telling to move on is not moving on. See, this is the problem. This is the biggest problem, according to me. You're telling me to move on, but you don't want to move on. You attack me. How can I move on? Come on. Now you have it, no problem. It was in this manner, in this manner, in this manner. But now, we move on together. Why do I move on alone and you remain attacking me? Yeah, that one, no. Okay. And I cannot change it because I don't have power. What I have is to talk. And you cannot stop me from talking. If you want to stop me, but why are you talking? Why are you insulting? And me, you don't want me to do it. You see, so these are the things sometimes disturbs me. It disturbs me because January imefika, joblessness is rampant. We are not creating jobs. We are closing. And 6 months, and they are not reaching there. 100 is gone. We want to close 100 days by talking. Hey, come on, we are a talking nation. It's good they're closing clubs, yes, but now we are remaining with talking. And the church, please, my worry is the church. My worry is going to the church. We are really making people look sad because when it comes to God, we mix with Kenyan politics, we are done. We are as well as done. Nobody's talking now. But now wait when Baba today just gave a comment, Now from tomorrow, churches now people it's Sunday, this Sunday, people very many in church, and they'll place and give the verses. Then after that, we say end bondo. Come on, Daniel church. Where are we heading? No, it makes some people don't go to church nowadays. I better pray in my house. Yeah, because God is everywhere. Whenever you mention the God's name, the one God, the supreme God, the omnipotent, the Alpha and Omega. Once umemuita, ukimfikiria tu ashakufiria tayari. Na ile church ni ya tusaidiane kumwabudu na kumsifu. In my house also, God is with me. Even right now, I can pray here and God will answer my prayer. And in fact, nowadays some men of God, some are just wanajiekea taji, alafu baadaye wanavuruga mioyo za watu. It's not fair, man. Okay,
But
for now,
Alex,
I think I can
conclude, please, so that
let me
we don't keep
conclude.
it for too long.
Exactly. Okay, thank you. That one I said. I wanted to conclude. My conclusion is we still have a long way to go. The year started, and this year is long. But I can see some tides and winds and storms, and the earthquake of Ndavadi is there waiting, and the Gashagwa one is the Katrina, and the tsunami is there also. So let's wait for them. We see which one is the best. Katrina, tsunami, earthquake. It's the January. Let's wait. But me, I'm done. Thank you. Maybe later on something different from this. But the church. I'm crying about the church. Thank you, people.
Okay, thank you very much, Juan Alex. And it is our cry too that things will be corrected. From all signals and indications, things don't look up, and they are not looking promising at all. So it's a concern of every right-thinking Kenyan, but we must own up and be able to agitate for what must be put right. Let's get this video shortly and then Joseph, unaweza kuja moja kwa moja a short video alafu tusonge mbele. Asante wale watu wako comments, tuendelee hivyo hivyo and then tutekeleze wajibu wetu kama wazalendo.
Kwanza, rais wangu wa chama, nashukuru sana kwa kuja kutembelea toka baada ya uchaguzi. Hii leo ndio mara yako ya kwanza toka tulipomaliza uchaguzi. Tumshukuru Mungu, tumemaliza uchaguzi, yaliyotokezea yametokezea. Lakini mji huu, kitu kilichotutia imani, bado watu wako ndani ya ODM. Na kuja kwako wewe kutembelea sisi baada ya uchaguzi na kusema ya kuwa mwaka huu wa 2023
Okay. Something wrong with the video. Let's work on it. Joseph, karibu.
Unanipata?
Yes, uko sawa. Endelea.
Wacha niwashukuru nyinyi nyote katika hii live video ama TV ya kwamba kitu ambayo tunaongelea ni kitu ya maana, ambavyo niliona mwingine Jackson kwa chatting alisema ya kwamba na stahili kuwekwa mchana. These things are very true. Divorce sasa Kenya ukijaribu kuisikia ama kuifuatilia kwenye maendeleo hawa viongozi, hii chama wa kina Ruto bwana ni wa kuongea tu without actions, but walikuwa wanasema kwa hii mwaka mpya basi walianza Januari. Sijui kama watatekeleza maneno mengi ambao waliaga ama alikuwa anaongelelea. Juu ni mingi hata hawakumbuki, najua tu. Sasa venye iko Mr. Bernard, hii kitu kiweka mchana, utaiona vitu vingi ama watu wengi wakiingililia kwamba tunaongelea vitu ambayo is true. Hivyo tu ndio nilikuwa nasema tuweka mchana. Thanks.
Okay. Sawa na Joseph. Labda ningesema, unajua hii tunapoongea hivi iko recorded, so baadaye kuna wale watu wanakuja kuwatch. Hiyo sasa ndio jukumu letu, ni kusukumia wale watu ambao wangependa kufuata kipindi kama hiki, na baadaye tutatekeleza hayo mengine kwa sababu pia tuko na different timings in different places. Sasa saa hii kama Nairobi ni asubuhi, yaani usiku wa manane, alafu diaspora huko ndio kuna kucha na ama ndio saa 8 ya mchana, so kuna na participants wako tofauti, so lazima tubalance hapo katikati. Tuanze wakati ambapo Wakenya wajalala na huku wengine wako job. Umeona ile alikuwa anasema pay tax na usituulize maswali. Yeye saa hiyo ako job, anasneak kwa ofisi, anaongea alafu anarudi kwa ofisi. So hizo ndio dynamics tuko nazo, but tutaangalia vile inawezekana. Tulikuwa na ile mpango wa kuifanya sasa iende kwa TV ya kawaida, na huo mpango tutashughulikia baadaye. Saa hii tunataka kushughulikia hii serikali itimuliwe tu mapema, kwa sababu kama dereva ni mbaya na sisi tumekaa kwa basi tumenyamaza, atatuingiza kwa shimo tu tukiona hivi, alafu tutasema eti tulikuwa na tulijua. Lazima kila Mkenya awajibika, aseme he, kulikuwa na hiyo campaign ilikuwa inaitwa Zusha. Okay, wakati dereva mko kwa public bus alafu anaanza kuendesha gari kiholela, wewe kama abiria unazusha, unasema hapana, you slow down, fuata kanuni za barabarani ama tushuke. Okay, so nafikiria tumefika hapo mahali ambapo Wakenya lazima wapige kelele. Okay, wazushe aidha Kenya Kwanza ishuke ama tushuke, na tukishashuka au waende na hiyo wanayosema serikali yao kule wanaona inafaa. Lakini sisi kama Wakenya lazima tujitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba tunawafahamisha Wakenya wengi, kwa sababu kitu moja ambacho wanasiasa wanatumia ni ile kutofahamu kwa Wakenya wengi ama kutopevuka kwa Wakenya wengi, so they capitalize on the ignorance of the Kenyan people and then use it as an oppressive tool against them. What we are being treated to by Kenya Kwanza is unacceptable. Unacceptable in the sense that if it was in the first world, the William Ruto will not be in the office right now for just lying before the camera the other day. Okay, he wants a tax-driven economy. There is no tax-driven economy anywhere on earth. I mean, it is not there. Okay, and before there is tax, there has to be jobs, there has to be production, there has to be people deployed. Kama tuko 55 million people, okay, now only 5 million are working, the 50 are eating. So how do you now tax the 5 million people to feed the 50 and you're not employing the 50 million? Okay, wewe tuambie unafanya nini? Ulikuja kwa serikali ukakuta wafanyikazi ni 5 million, umewafikisha wamekuwa 15 million. So kwa sababu 15 million wanafanya kazi, economy ita grow. But you're not growing the economy, you're not reviving industries, you're not creating jobs, but you're demanding that tax has to be paid and you're going to run a tax-driven economy. It is unfathomable that somebody would reason like that and he wants to lead the country. Hana data iko, hataki kuitumia. Tunafanyanga sense after every 10 years. Hii sensa ilipita, hii ilikuwa ya mwisho, ilikuwa thara. Waliandika vijiko tuko na ngapi, uma tuko na ngapi, sahani ngapi, sufuria ngapi. Hizo vitu zote Wakenya walisukumwa waandike, wana kuku ngapi, ng'ombe ngapi. That was government data. Ili they use that data to project and plan for how the country is going to run in 10 years and what changes will take place within the 10 years. Now, right now, they get into office, instead of now getting that data and projecting against the data that was collected during census, they say now they want to collect new data from the farmers, new data for the nurses, new data for the teachers. This is just a circus. If we will be a country and will be able to pick up from where we are to move further, we need better leadership, not this going through circles. Better leadership. We need somebody in the helm of leadership who can provide leadership. What William Ruto is doing is not even management. It is just a matter of managing time and buying time so that time runs out. You keep yourself active and not productive. You are in motion, but you're not moving forward. So you're just cycling in the same place. You are sweating, but you're not covering any distance. That is what Kenya Kwanza is treating us to. And as long as we tolerate it, we live by it. But if we get to the place where we say enough is enough, we can't take this nonsense anymore, we need a competent driver, a competent leader into the steering wheel, and who will stab this country to move forward, we begin to see changes from day one. But right now, it's just scheming, okay? Scheming where to eat, scheming what to run away with, and what to leave behind. Let's just listen out to this video as we wait other people to join into the discourse. Na kama unataka kuchangia, tafadhali tumia hiyo link, ingia kwa studio ukaseme mawili matatu kulingana na maoni yako. Alafu na washukuru wote ambao mnaendelea kutuma mchango wenu wa kusaidia kipindi hiki kuendelea. Tafadhali tufanye wajibu wetu kuhakikisha kwamba all our bills are paid and we are able to sustain the show uninterruptedly. Asante sana. Let's conclude this and then probably we get back for Mr. Alex to continue giving.
And we want to agree with our governors on areas of partnership, on areas of collaboration, because it is expected of us by the Constitution. And so we're going to agree with our governors, especially on functions that are shared, on functions that we have delegated to them to do, and on areas where they think that the national government can assist counties in delivery of the assignment and the mandate that is assigned to them. I have already told good Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki and his team to make sure that the national government administration officers, all the way to the assistant chief and the Nyumbakumi people, support government programs, whether they are county government programs or national government programs, because programs that benefit the people of Kenya, it is the responsibility of national government officials to support those programs for the benefit and in the interest of the people of the Republic of Kenya. There are other interventions that we are going to work with you. I want to assure each and every one of you that I will be ready, willing, and available to mentor the younger ones, and assist you to be better public officers than us. And I'm requesting the senior members of this team, the people who have served longer, to be gracious. The new guys who have come on board, the younger ones like my good friend Dagar there, yeah, we support them, we help them, mentor them, because if we have younger leaders, younger public servants who become, who are better trained, who are better mentored, it is not just good for us, it's good for the people of Kenya, and it's good for the future of our country. So let us work together in that manner. Let us reach out to one another, and let us make government efficient. Finally, we have members of my economic advisory team, led by the chairman, Professor Ndi, here with us. Nobody has a monopoly of knowledge. Even me, I refer many things to members of my advisory team, because to be able to make the best decision, you must make it on the basis of the best available information. So whenever you are stranded with a matter and you don't know whether it is this way or the other way, if you're not sure, we are available to support you. This team is available, and ministers, PSS, feel free to consult, on matters that I have run a ministry, so I know it can sometimes be difficult and it can be sometimes very lonely, and you don't know whether you're making the right decision or not. I want to ask you, whenever you are faced with difficult matters, this is a whole of government approach. Do not feel shy to say, I don't know. Waswahili wanasema kuuliza si ujinga, bali ni kutaka kujua. So ask. I have told you, I have given you my number. drop an SMS, Mr. President. I have this decision to make. I have tried to get as much information as I could, but I am not in a position to make this decision. I will help you if I'm in a position to. If not, also let us use the resources we have. Ask your colleague, talk to the economic team, and make the decision. But by any means possible, do not allow files to pile in your office. Find the shortest time possible to make the decision and allow government to function and get the people of Kenya results. We must never be hostages of processes.
Okay, thank you, Kenyans of Goodwill. We appreciate you for continuing to follow our broadcast. Let's keep talking. And please, when you get in the, hey, EMK, we need your picture. We need your picture for the quality of the video. It's important because when we have a black screen, it's not very appealing when you watch. So unless you can't show your face, okay, thank you very much. I would that we keep the focus and ensure that we tell each other the truth. There is Job Lagat. I don't know what your problem is, okay? From the credible information we have, Raila did not lose election, and it's long since he lost. The only presidential election he lost was 97. This other one, you know what happens. And like we already said, by the 13th of August, the results were ready, and we had access to those results. The difference between the competitors was over 4 million votes. Whatever happened until we got up with this neck-to-neck results, only Chebukati and God know. Hii maswala mengine mnajaribu kudanganya nayo, na mnajua ni uongo, kwa sababu mngekuwa na 7 million people, the stadiums will be full. Okay, chief angekuwa commissioner akikuwa na address machief peke yake, the Kenyan people will be excited about the government they put in power. Wangekuwa wanatokezea hizo public holiday kushangilia rais wao. It's natural, that's what happens. Sasa kama mnyinyi umatu wenu mko na votes peke yake, then there are no names and people behind the votes, it means they either ghost voters or there is the voters and then there is the masses who are not the voters. If that is the case, it is a phenomenon, something that we need to write in the Guinness Book of Records, that we have a majority president who has majority support, but he cannot get them to the stadium when he is addressing them. They are not excited. The other day when he was answering questions, I went around the social media platform. This time around, even the 36 bloggers who succeed to project at the whole country is watching. One station was 17 people watching. The other station was 16 people watching and all that. Now that speaks a lot. That speaks a lot. So tusijaribu kubeba wengine ujinga, tuelezane ukweli. Ni huo ukweli mnao. It's not that you don't have it, you already have it. So Alex, 1 minute, you say what you wanted to say ndio tulete huyu EM. Big J, thank you so much for showing up. Rhoda, we appreciate it. Na walimu wangu wa usiku, nanyi sasa mkuje, na mimi ni sign out. My 4th hour is in. I want to appreciate wale ambao mnaendelea kutuma mchango wenu. Tafadhali tuendelee hivyo hivyo, tumalizane hii maswala between now and tomorrow. We concentrate on the show and we'll be taking different avenues I think we'll need to introduce an intermediary show, especially for the locals. Itabidi either tuanze kipindi mapema saa 2 ili wale ambao wanataka kuchangia mchana, mapema wachangie, alafu sisi wa usiku tukuje hapo katikati, alafu kukue na wale wa morning, but we'll arrange that. Asante lakini. Alex, go ahead.
Thank you Ben. Hiyo vile umesuggest ya saa 2 itakuwa afadhali, manake nimeshtukia time imekuwa nyingi, but because patriotism, we are patriotic Kenyans, and sometimes we don't regret contributing for Kenyans like we do. Vile umesema tu tuambiane ukweli, tuambiane tu ukweli kwamba things are not moving. We are at a standstill. We are just sugarcoating, bitter pills. We're just sugarcoating bitter pills. But me now, I have something in my mind, and it's only mine. According to my reading, I think the rift between Gachagua and Mudavadi, it is just they are trying to treat the president with his own medicine. Just his own medicine. He did it to Uhuru. Gachagua is starting in that. You want to treat him with his own medicine, how he did it, disobeying. And I still, what I'm telling you today, maybe one day it will come true. There's a rift. This mkutano hii ilikuwa hiyo ya cabinet. There must be something cooking. Now there's a rift. And it's just diverting, and I repeat, it's diverting attention. Ndugu zanguni, tufanyeni hivi. Tufanyeni chenye tunaweza. To shout to the highest without fear of favor. And we talk the truth and we tell them, because si ati wasikii, wanasikia. Lakini saa zingine nasikia profesa ndi, profesa nani. Sasa kama utakuwa na kitu umesoma na you want to be proud of doing that, and then you kneel down before you perform. Now how can you perform? Because hata kama mimi ni pastor kwa kanisa, I'm sorry, I'm dwelling much on pastors, yes, but as an example, kila siku we look for a soft landing ground, everybody. Kama wewe ni pastor na uwezi ubiri na ukawapa wanakondoo imani nzuri wakarudi nyumbani kwa wameridhika, unaambiwa vile utahubiri na Biblia haisemi hivyo, utakuwa umenisaidia muumini kama nini na nini sasa? Alafu mimi nasema Mungu asante, nimeomba kivyangu, alafu nikatoa tithe nikaenda. So mimi kitu naona na this is mine alone. Siku ile baba atasema tufanye hii, who is me to say no? Kwa hivyo mimi nangojea matangazo ya baba. Sijui kama hapa kila mtu anangojea hiyo, mimi nangojea hiyo. And okay, let me make some good fun, this is just a fun, and then I finalize. Niwachie watu. It's fun, but it's a reality also inside me sometimes. Nasema baba akiniambia piga hiyo kuta ngumi, nitaipiga. Nikwambia baba, akiuliza umeumia, nitasema yes, nimeumia, inatoka damu lakini sitachoka, nitapiga tu. Kisema tena nipige, nitapiga tu. You know what I mean? Mtu akisha convince anaweza fanya kitu ukaridhika na jirani yako karidhika na ukaona hiyo. That's what you want. That's the leadership you want. I was not just sharing that so that we can laugh. Yes. Mtu amekuwa tested ukaona. And then we go there, then tuna shift the goalpost. Sasa nakuwa topic every day. It's so sad. Wacha nimalize niwachie hawa, but mimi my only prayer is as much as we shout for Kenya Kwanza, churches, what are they doing? They are participating in dividing Kenyans. Churches, ni watu wa Mungu, yes, men of God. We are also children of God. Why are they doing this to us? They were supposed to be in between. Baba akienda vibaya wanaingilia, rais akienda vibaya wanaingilia. Wamenyamaza zi. For now, thank you people. Thank you guys. You're wonderful. I appreciate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for that. We appreciate it, and we share with you in your cry in terms of the state of the country, and of course the state of the church generally. But we will sort this out. It's not beyond the Kenyan people and our ability to intervene, especially for the churches. We may need to reach a place where we decide which church is church and which church is not church in terms of their relationship with justice and pursuit for majority good of the country. EMK, how are you today?
Oh, thank you so much. Allow me to say this is a very wonderful show, actually. I'm reaching you out from New York at the moment. That's why I was very eager to join the show, because apparently opinions are being raised, but everything is more localized. And this is a global platform. We are here on a global platform, and whatever comments you are making here, like my fellow here, Alex, is trying to put comments on a personal opinion level, is very absurd. Allow me to use that word absurd, Alex, because one thing we should know is that as a country, Kenya, we have been brought far behind in our developments because of individualized opinions, where we say, let us do the voting and forget that we continue with our lives. But that cannot take our country to where we need it to be. Basing on the fact that Kenya got independence with some countries like India, Singapore, named the Far East countries which got independence around the period of 1960s. And when you talk of India right now, we cannot even talk anywhere close to its economic prowess. When you talk of Singapore, I think most of you know where Singapore is in terms of green economy and all those. So, going straight to my rather personal observation on what is happening to our country, I think one most important thing is we are losing, and we are losing so big because we don't have the civic education, as I mentioned earlier in my comments. What I mean by civic education is the right of voters. And it is so sad at this point in development, we are in the 21st century, you still call a corrupt officer mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa in is a Kiswahili name. For those of you who can get Kiswahili, it's a Kiswahili name to mean honorable. You cannot tell me that in advanced countries you will proudly call somebody who has been found or suspected to be guilty of a particular corruption scandal a honorable member. No, we basically need to educate our voters, or rather our fellow citizens, that this is someone you have given authority in terms of voting to go into an office. So that means you have power over that person, and you can basically refer him by his office tenure title. President, Mr. President, we can call him Member of Parliament, we can call him the MCA, and so on. But the moment I make these people to be gods, then we give them the authority. As I think Alex mentioned earlier, I'm just still on Alex's comments that this is the governor and you're supposed to be governed. No, it doesn't go like that. You're the governor because you're given the position to implement the policies of the people. Okay? So you can't say that Kenyans in Nairobi are supposed to be governed. That is intimidating the same people who gave you the authority to be in that position. So it's a high time we have civic education as a country, and by so then we are going to go to the next level. Now, something just based on what Mr. President said in the meeting, I think there's a live stream that you showed us, is trying to use the sweet words that he always uses when you say best advisory committee. But I believe that even, allow me to use the word fools, even fools grow old. So not old people are wise. No. Wisdom is something that is very unique. So you can have a house full of 10,000 people who are your advisors, but in real essence, these are not wise people to give you advices. So the best ideologies that Kenya Kwanza can have might not even come to reality if the people surrounding the president are not wise men. Now, another point is rhetoric governance that we are adopting as a country. There's no way you will go ahead and believe in a mediocre elected kind of governance to expect a high return. It's just like the law of investment. In investment, you have to expect high returns, whether you have a high risk or a low risk. And in this case, we are expecting high returns in a situation whereby the invested portfolio was basically based on high risk individuals. These are minefields. This is somebody proven to have corruption scandals, and because of our corrupt system, the person is cleared to sit for the next elections. And of course, based on our civic education, again, I'm going back there, the person goes into power. Look at what is happening here with this governor, this lady governor who is having scandals. This is someone who was elected in power. It should be Meru or Embu. This is someone who was elected in power, but within a short period of not even 100 days are over, his MCAs are trying to throw her out of office. And this is the same person the voters gave her the authority to go and lead them in their county. So to me, we narrowed down our country to civic education problem. We just have to vote because, as Alex is trying to insist, this is January. You don't define the politics and the development ideologies of our country by saying this is January. No. If this is January, where I am right now, you cannot even feel this is January. It's a normal month. We have things are flowing out normal because we have policies in place which are obeyed. So you cannot define a month of the year to be a scapegoat as to why people or as to why those in office are not doing what they're supposed to do. That is not defining leadership. No, leadership is defined by the policies which the country has. Kenya has some of the best policies in Eastern Africa. And I believe that's why we are still the best economic hub in Eastern Africa. But we cannot allow this idea of every government coming up with its idiocracy kind of leadership. As someone mentioned earlier, I think the first guy who was on the show mentioned earlier that we don't limit ourselves on each president coming and trying to bring in a new era of governance. We have very nice policies in place. We have not even finished the Big Four agendas implementation. That is a big vision that Kenya had under the previous governance. You're bringing in the idea of phasing out education. You're bringing the idea of imposing tax on taxpayers with a wage bill which has not been revised. So tell me, if someone was earning 24,000 as the minimum salary, of course, which has no tax, I believe, so that's what our tax system says. And this person is imposed on a tax bracket. When I mean tax bracket, I mean VATs. The VAT is imposed on goods, regardless of whether his or her salary is increased or not increased, in the name of growing an economy. An economy cannot grow by stealing away resources in terms of taxation. I don't think that is how it works. An economy increases its value by creating value. How do you create value? Those are policies that are there. Let the economy get favorable foreign investment atmosphere, because as Kenya we are more like agriculture-based economy, which again the same agriculture is being killed by importation of GMO produce. So, to my view, I believe as much as we want to say what my friend Alex said, that let us blame on January. We cannot blame poor governance on a particular month of the year. We blame poor governance on mediocrity of the country, mediocrity of its citizens. And that means we just lack the real civic education that is required to make us a country where we're supposed to be. And all in all, the fact that we cannot embrace a philosophy that adopts a particular economic ideology. Where are our philosophers? Let me just quote, for example, we have great philosophers in Kenya. When will they just sit down and define the growth of our country in the next 30 years? The best they do is to act like socialites on online platforms. That's the best they do. They want to get attention.
Okay, you made
Yeah.
your point. Please wrap up.
Thank you so much. I think with those are my two most critical area I thought I could just highlight out. This is a nice platform, actually. It's a great platform. As someone mentioned earlier, if we can get a common time to integrate our people back at home, I think it will be good. Yeah, because I know right now people are not online so much, and that is affecting the spread of the whole agenda. Thank you so much. Allow me
Okay, thank
to
you.
exit. Yes, allow me to exit.
Asante sana, and thank you for becoming a member.
Okay, thank you.
Let's keep it up.
You could listen a bit, Ben. I request to
Okay,
respond a bit.
just hold on. Alex has something for you, EMK, and before you go, so I would let him please make it brief, but Alex, so that you don't keep these guys long.
Yeah. And mine is very brief. Okay, thank you, Bernard. Yeah, I just want to tell him, EMK, that when I started, I said I want to talk on a layman language. A layman language, because when you talk here, not everybody understand. But now EMK has skipped from the laymanship to international. So it means he did not listen well. That is one. Second, I said very well that because of the subsidies are removed, the January is going to be hard on common mwananchi because of subsidies, schools, and that's what I meant. That one is gone. You can review that. You hear it very well. My third one was governance. When we elect leaders, we elect government. Within the government, there's governance. And the governance is the government. And that the governed are people, citizen, human being, or local, or layman, or hustlers. So we give the chance to lead us. Okay, maybe the governed language did not go well, but to lead us. And there's how we want us to be led. That's why we chose on one and we left another. I hope it's coming clear now. The last one is, as much as we have named professors, intellectuals, but if they cannot work and come up clear and give a roadmap needed, they name me intellectualism. How are they helping us? We better be layman and we talk it out than having all those. Then you kneel down for you to feed your family, and that layman I was talking of is suffering. That's what I meant. Lastly, your wonderful brother. It's good to comment and bring something that's new, and I appreciate that. And of course, as much as you felt it the other way around, there's something new or something good that you understood, and I also appreciate that. So get to know that sometimes we lower ourselves down as much as we know, so that some other people who cannot reach the standard we are can understand our language. And that's why I said first, as a layman in a layman language. So I was talking in a layman language. But now that you are so international, also I think now you have understand a layman language. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Alex. EMK,
Bernard.
before you
Okay.
respond, I just wanted to add something about the Meru governor. She's been reinstated by the Senate, and because the people who accused her were not able to substantiate any of the claims, all of them. And that also spells out what you're talking about, electing incompetent people in high office. So you are an MCA, you don't know what your role is, you accuse the governor for what you don't know, you take it to the public, so you get ridiculed for in the eye of the entire world. Karibu.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I'm very glad you are insisting on the term layman, but I believe our layman mode of voting has really made us suffer for the past several years as a country. And actually, the idea that the platform is being spread on YouTube means that Kenyans all over the world are watching, I being one of them. So the fact that we can vote when we are in the US, that means we have narrowed down the whole conversations onto a global level. This is nothing to do with laymanship. If you continue to think on laymanship, that is where an MCA will wait until the final day of election to come and give you 100 shillings for you to go and vote for him, because you are thinking on a layman level. So thank you. So layman is not a philosophy of our country's development. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, I think we are having grammar issues here, and I wouldn't want to delve into the same. I think it's just a matter of difference of understanding. Uh, I'm a grammar teacher, but I don't want to get into that. So what we do here is when EMK, this is a global platform, yes, and we are interacting with Kenyans all over the world, definitely. But the main focus is Kenya, because even those of you that are in the diaspora, you have a contribution towards how the country should be governed. That's why you are called upon to participate in the elections. And more than that, you also need to oversee the country in the sense that we emerge from different counties, we emerge from different segments of this country, and we can chip in an ideology, facilitate some investment to help the country pick up. The problem arises when we have wrong people in leadership position, that even if you facilitate an investment, you risk your relationship with your investors because you have thrown them into a river full of crocodiles. Your investor will come here in trust of you. He arrives here, he gets milked of everything, and he ends up blaming you as you are part of a cartel that messed them up. And so, as the Kenyan people, let's take responsibility. To take responsibility means the charting of the way forward should not be a one person's issue. Let it be a corporate issue. And like where we are right now, it will take the mass action of the Kenyan people to correct what is wrong with this country. Mass action. And when I say mass, it means mass, not 5, 10 people. We are talking about masses coming out and saying enough is enough. We cannot be treated to this. And for that to take place, it will be by reason of this enlightenment, this kind of conversation, and then letting the conversation reach to the last person within the country. Kenyans are not as ignorant as politicians think they are. And Kenyans are not less informed like politicians think they are. It's, in fact, as a matter of fact, politicians are the ones who are deceived in this country to think that the Kenyan people are not enlightened. My mother is almost 90 years old, but when she explains for you how the politics are working out, she sounds like she's in parliament. She's able to discern all that. She's able to see things the way for what they are. And so it is wrong for the parliamentarians or rather politicians to think that they can play around with the minds of Kenyans. You see, like the claims, somebody saying, if you attack Gachagua, you have attacked the Mount Kenya, and the Mount Kenya will come for you. They have the numbers. You see that mentality that needs to be scrubbed off our minds, and then we need to think differently. Mato Makdates, hujafika kwa ofisi, fika tafadhali tu. Mimi nataka kuanza kung'atuka kwa sababu lazima nijiandae. Let's listen to this. It's hilarious, but I think it is good. Before we move further into our conversation, I want to appreciate everybody kwa comment section. Asante sana. Naona kuna wale ambao wanataka next person, but all the same, asante. Na Gomba Francis, if you are around Stony PK, leo tafadhali njooni. Tu mimi nataka kung'atuka. Alafu I appreciate wale ambao mnaendelea kutuma mchango, tafadhali tuendelee hivyo hivyo tumalize haya mambo within today and tomorrow. Jitahidi to do your quota and we will be done without much pressure. Asante. Let's listen to this. I hope it makes sense to us.
Africa. Yes, I am back again to talk about Africa. But to be specific, I want to talk about Libya. You see, if there's one thing that they don't want you to know, or the story that they don't want to hear, is the story of how Libya became heaven on earth. They don't want you to know that story. I mean, for what for? For who? But guess what? I am here to remind you how Libya became heaven on earth. And I know they will not like this video, but hey, listen, I am African. What can I do? Yeah, I need to talk about this. People need to know the story of what Libya was during the time of Muammar Gaddafi. A leader that wanted a one Africa. A man who loved his country, who died for his country. And a man who wanted the whole entire Africa to be like his country. And they took him away from us. Because they knew that Muammar Gaddafi was a force to reckon with. Force to reckon with. That is English. Yeah, I'm telling you, I mean, for who? A man who was taken away from Africa too soon. A man who was called a dictator when he was not a dictator. Listen, you see, while the Western world painted this man a terrorist or a dictator, deep down in their hearts, Muammar Gaddafi was the name that they feared the most. I'm telling you, I mean, for who? They feared this name just by the mention of the name. They were shaking because they knew the abilities that Muammar Gaddafi had. Yes, it's true. I mean, for who? Eh? Even now, when they hear the name, they shake. Yeah. Wait, I'll remind you the reason why that man was turned against his own people. I'll remind you. Number one, do you know that in Libya, it was the only country without debt? Do you know that Libya was the only country that had people of Libya own flats, all of them? No one was homeless. I mean, for what for? For who? Did you know that the people of Libya were the only people that could get loans at 0 interest rate? Huh? How? I mean, for who? Eh? Did you know that in Libya, there was nothing like electricity bill? Electricity was free in Libya. Hold on, I'm still going. I mean, for who? I have more information for you. I have more information. Did you know? Short commercial break. Have you registered with 1xBet? If not, now is the time to register with 1xBet. Especially with the World Cup going on, you can register with 1xBet and make sure it's the promo code African Talker to qualify for that 300% bonus just for you. 1xBet gives you the best betting experience out there and the best betting odds out there. So what are you waiting for? Register today and bet the easy way. Now back to the issue. Gaddafi had vowed to make sure each and every citizen of Libya had a house and put his parents last. He said, my parents will be the last ones to own a home. Tell me which African leader right now can put their parents last to receive a house in an African nation. Tell me which one. You feel it, huh? Can your president put their parents last to receive a house? But Gaddafi made sure each and every citizen of Libya had a house. And the parents were last to have a house. He had vowed. I mean, for what for? For who? I'm still going on. Listen. The interesting one. Did you know that in Libya, all the newlyweds were gifted 50,000 US dollars to buy their new house? The newlyweds, you people that are getting married, you people that are couples, you newlyweds, you people that are having weddings. Imagine having a wedding and after a wedding they give you a $50,000 to buy your new home. That's how the people of Libya lived the time that Muammar Gaddafi was still alive. I want you to sit down and just think critically for a moment. Think critically for a moment. I'm still going on. Did you know that in Libya, education and treatment, health facilities, they were free? If the Libyan citizens did not manage to find any medical facilities or medical treatment within Libya, the government would automatically fund that citizen to go out abroad to seek treatment. Not with their money, no. Oh, that is an African country. Libya for a moment was like a dream for some of us. I mean, for who? It became heaven on earth. Listen, one more. Did you know that in Libya was the only place where someone after graduation, they failed to find employment? The state, the government would pay that person the average salary of the profession as if one was already in employment. Just paying them. In short, they were paying you for graduating. While waiting for employment, they were paying you for waiting for employment. Which African country right now would do that for you? I think now I understand why that man was taken away from us. I'm telling you, I mean, for who? Wait, I have more. You understand why that man was taken away from us. Listen to this one. This one, I don't think there's any African country that can even do this. Listen, did you know that in Libya, a portion of Libyan oil sale was credited to the bank accounts of every Libyan citizen? Which country? You in your country, the minerals that they are digging and whatever mineral, natural resources they are digging in there, do you even get a share, you? Who would give you a share? You tell me. Eh? Some of you have never even seen any benefit from those natural resources up to date. Our friends in Libya, when Muammar Gaddafi was alive, they would get a portion of every Libyan oil sale credited into their bank accounts. Did you know that in Libya, any Libyan taking up farming as a career was given free land, free farming equipment, and was also given free livestock to kickstart their career for free? In Libya, only in Libya. Did you know that? Who would give you farmland this time? Eh? Even your own land, your birthright, they are giving someone else, not you. Yeah, I'm telling you, I mean, for who? This is the truth, I'm telling you. That was what was happening. That was what was happening in Libya. I know right now there's nothing we can do to bring back Muammar Gaddafi. But believe me, you, African leaders, go back to the policies of Muammar Gaddafi. Go back to them. Do not sleep on them. I mean, for what for? For who? I know most African leaders don't even want to hear about the policies that Muammar Gaddafi had. They don't want to hear it because they're scared. I know you will say, no, this chap is just talking. He doesn't know what he's talking about. No, I know what I'm talking about. And the fact is that I know that you are scared as a leader. You don't want to end up like Muammar Gaddafi. That's why some of you are far from being leaders. Some of you are just fortunate that you are in those seats because you're not willing to go that far for your people. You're not willing to go that far for your African continent. Yes. I mean, for what? For who? Huh? Very sad indeed. I mean, what for? For who? Please, each and every one of you who is seeing this video, you have a task. Remind your African leaders of what Muammar Gaddafi had made Libya to be like. Remind them. Mention their name in this video. Believe me, they can take away one, but they cannot take away all of you. I mean, for what for? For who? I'm telling you. The policies of Muammar Gaddafi, African leaders, please do not sleep on them. I beg you. Find out how the Libyans were living during Muammar Gaddafi's reign or rule. Go and find out. I mean, for what for who? The problem is that you like watching porn. I'm sorry about that one. I went off. But yeah, go and research. No one is ever going to talk about it. No one is ever going to remind you that Libya was heaven on earth. They will never remind you. And to Muammar Gaddafi, may your soul rest in peace. You great son of Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We really appreciate all of you for continued support and followership of our broadcast. I believe that information rings a bell or strikes a chord in your spirit when we look at the kind of leadership we have and what leadership should be. When we have an elaborate program like that one of making our country become debt free and making our citizen fully catered for by government, that government services are available and accessible by every person, that is the way to go. But this one of rat eating and the cat is absent and now the cat is back and the rat should run away and all that, it is disheartening and heartbreaking that we campaign 5 years to get in office to complain and murmur and blame each other. It is the sad state of affairs. So my Kenyan friends and my Kenyan people of goodwill, let's arise and be counted. Let us do what is required of us as a people. Let us correct what is wrong. Let's help this country in whatever capacity you can. Don't hold back. Let's rise up and be counted. We can't let Kenya Kwanza sell our country and turn it into a shell of nothingness. We must just arise and be counted. It's a risk, yes, but it is worth it if we do what is right for the sake of this great country. Asante sana, naomba tuendelee kwa pamoja. Mato Macdet, sijui uko wapi? Makiadi, nani mwingine? Stony PK. Kama hamfiki, mimi nitafungasha na stesheni nitafunga kwa sababu nataka kung'atuka, lakini nataka kuacha Wakenya. We have over 100 and almost 150 people watching. We need them to keep watching, but you must be here to give them what to watch. I've been speaking since what time? 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and I'm still here. Please, let's keep moving. Just to keep us into that same spirit of African leadership, let's listen in the conclusion of the presentation by the president of Zambia, one of the emerging leaders who I believe is promising and seems to have the right thing to do what seems to be doing the right thing for the country and for it to recover from -8 in the economy to where they are is something in 15 months is something that we need to emulate. The suckers we are being treated to by Kenya Kwanza are a mess, We need just to rise up and say no to this, because it's not that we can't do it. It's not that we don't have the resources, nor the capabilities. The unwillingness to do the right thing is just too much in this country, and we need to arise and say no to the same. Thank you very much. Wale wanaingia studio, tafadhali karibuni moja kwa moja tukachangie katika mjadala wa leo, na wale mnanitafutia Makiadi, Stony PK, Leo na nani hao wengine, Julia, tafadhali njooni. Kama mji speech ikiisha, basi tutafungasha.
In the last 25 years, we are students of that progress, how our colleagues managed to move rapidly. We're learning, we like to learn more, we like to interact with a lot of people. I have a couple of issues that I want to share with you, if time allows, and if the direction of your questioning allows us to do that. Thank you.
Of course, thank you so much, Mr. President. It's a perfect segue, as you note, learning from the example of Asian economies. Let's talk a little bit about China. Zambia's had a long and close, sometimes politically complex relationship with China, and China's been a very important trade and investment partner to Zambia. But there's also the fact that non-disclosure agreements that often accompany Chinese financing have made transparency difficult sometimes, not just for Zambia to achieve, but for other partners. And this fact was underscored by your administration's admission shortly after assuming office that Zambia's actual debt to Chinese creditors had been underestimated by about 50%. This is an unpleasant surprise, I'm sure, upon assuming office. So as you seek to establish a more accountable style of government for the Zambian people, how is that affecting your engagement with Beijing?
I think first and foremost, it's important to acknowledge that China is the single largest creditor in that category of foreign creditors to Zambia. And with that recognition, it's important to understand how that debt was acquired. By and large, it was infrastructure development related. Does Zambia need infrastructure development? Yes, absolutely yes. I think the issue was maybe not for China, but for us as borrowers in Zambia to structure, to mix the debt that we got, yes, with infrastructure. The question is that which infrastructure? That's not a choice for China. That should have been our choice as Zambia, our priorities. And if we got our priorities right, we would have first struck the balance on how to utilize the full ticket, the tab, the cost, the value, whatever we want to call it, and really which infrastructure to go for. So mainly it went into roads. But for us now, in our quest to develop the infrastructure for the new government, roads are important, but which roads? Which other infrastructure areas? Energy. Energy would have been extremely important, and that will be driving going forward. Largely green energy. Zambia is already supplied or working on 90% of our energy, electricity to be specific, as green, hydro. With lots of opportunities to increase that given our hydrological conditions as a country. We have 30 to 35%, some will argue 40% of freshwater rivers in SADC are in our country. Honestly, if we put that money, if it was us in government, we would have put most of that money, good portion of that in electricity for our domestic needs, growth projection needs, but also to support the deficit to supply the countries next door to us, Southern African region, South Africa, the rest, because we are already interconnected. Very important. So it means production, produce hydro, produce solar, which we are moving to, support our own economic needs, and the rest, ready money. So that's more important application of debt then should have gone in this area and would have been supported by revenue streams. That would have not created the debt crisis that we have now. So what else? Interconnector into Congo, which needs electricity, East Africa interconnector, which are our priorities now. It didn't happen like that. So I'm belaboring the point that we do need, as we needed then investment, but where do you apply these investments? It's important. So I think the issue now is that does China understand that? We believe they do, because we've engaged and we continue to engage. And we've now been able to say for roads, because our balance sheet can't carry debt as it was acquired at the time, the nature, the manner, the application. Now we've moved to a combination of what we can support financially through our balance sheet and otherwise, but also through public-private partnership, which really is off balance sheet, national balance sheet. Very important. So we're very delighted to say that China understands that, certainly from the conversations we've had and from the decisions, buying decisions that we've made so far. We've let, amongst the roads we've decided to do, one of them is being done by a Chinese firm, together with Zambian firms, in a JV, but on a public-private partnership basis. And that, I think, recognizes the difficulties that we are in. But it's also our parties where our government, our party in government is aware of doing things to be able to look at the options available. Even if we weren't in this debt crisis, we would have gone for this model together with others that are less stressful, but more focused on the revenue. So then back to the issue, now we're saying to China, we're saying to the US, we're saying to Europe, we're saying to Japan, we're saying to anyone else on our continent, other African countries, we can work together in many, many other areas that will help us achieve our agenda as a government. Economic reconstruction, economic growth, more based on investments, private sector participation. We put a platform which we're working on to make sure that the private sector and us in government are working together and have a shared understanding, common understanding, by and large, of what we need to do to get out of this situation. And you'll be pleased to know that although Africa overall, the outlook is that growth will be difficult this year, but we are expecting to grow as a country after the first year, 1 year in office, to close to 3% GDP growth, from minus 2.8. Effectively, if you add the numbers, would have done more than 3% growth. In an environment where inflation in other countries is in a runaway position, where basically interest rates are much, much higher, where public expenditure is a problem, we are dealing with those issues. And I think China understands. China also, like any other lender, is also influenced by what the host government, the borrower government, wants to do and makes its case. It's the same for any other lender. You don't go to the market to say, I want to source funding. What is it for? You must be clear what you want funding for.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for your continued followership and support. Tunasonga mbele na mjadala wetu tunapoangazia masuala ya siasa zetu kama Wakenya, suluhisho kwa matatizo yetu na kuendelea mbele kama nchi, na uongozi ambao ni bora, ni uongozi ambao unajali watu wake na unahakikisha kwamba kila mtu anahudumiwa ipasavyo. Sio wengine wanatengwa, wengine wanawekwa kando, wengine wanasaulika, wengine wanakuwa wanamalizwa. It is important that we keep everything in a proper perspective. So let us all uh, arise and be counted in correcting what is wrong in this country. Rodan, iko nini ni
I want to talk the last and then like say goodnight. The last video from I just want to salute the president of Zambia. I salute you, Your Excellency, what you are doing in your country, and I would like to meet you live. I give you a hug. How intelligent you are and how smart you are. You make me proud to be African. Thank you so much, and I salute you. If you watch this video, thank you. I want to say something about Ruto when he was, I don't know whether it's a retreat or it's a honeymoon, I don't know. I think he just enjoying us and to enjoy na nikiona body language yake, he just excited. You know why? Because I have a power. I can decide to say what I want. I'm the commander of chief. I can do whatever. Nobody can shake me. That's the way he is. And anatuenjoy sisi wa Kenya. Anafikiri sisi ni wajinga. You know, vile anaongea, you know, he's anatuenjoy and he's so excited. He's emotional, he's excited. So that's what I want to say. And then I want to say about Gaddafi. Gaddafi, he was a little man of war, and he was killed by the NATO. You know why? Because Gaddafi was wanted to unite whole Africa. If you go back, they were interviewing some Africa leaders like Madeira and Mugambe in US. Why did you do that? Why did you do that for Gaddafi? You know, Gaddafi was respected. So if he could be alive, we could not be the way we are. We could go very far in Africa. Thank you. Cheers. God bless you, or good night.
bless you. Thank you, Rhoda. We appreciate it. Let's keep into the struggle. We must deliver this country into the proper position from where it is. Asante. Public participation. How are you today?
Hi Bernard, I'm fine. How are you, Rhoda?
You're good, you're good, you're good. Thank you so much. Karibu.
Asante sana. Well, I watched this Venezuela election of ours, and I was like, how come? Okay, is it the first president to have cabinet meeting? These other presidents, what were they doing? Because him every time he has a cabinet meeting, just the media must be there. I don't know why does he need media to be? If you go on a retreat, you need media to be there. In mimi sikanisi because I mean this trend I'm starting to see this PR a lot of PR. I'm starting to see it with this like guy. I've not been seeing it with Uhuru or Kibaki. In fact, Kibaki hakuna meeting hata nishaiona hata nani hata Uhuru. I've never seen him bringing media to cabinet meetings or retreat. Hata sasa ile walikuwa wanaendaga Sagana, si tulikuwa tu tunaona from outside. Hakuna siku yenye tulikuwa tunaona wanaenda hapo anaenda hapo kuongelesha. And then number two, how do you come with your cabinet and then you tell them that if you don't know what you are doing, can you consult? Because I know most of you are not expert, you don't know what you are doing. Sasa, surely, you can even ask me or you look for somebody to help you. So you know, he has put there incompetent people, and then he's telling them, you know, some of you have never moved out of your county. You need to consult. You don't know what the other country, the rest of the country do. Why does he need to get incompetent people? Because in the name of kurudisha mkono or payback for supporting him, and then akuja awambie, sasa I know you don't have expertise, you don't know what you are doing, so now consult the people who know. Why should they consult the people who know? Why didn't you put in people who know what they are doing? Roger Bernard, I don't know what's wrong with this man. Mimi, I don't know, surely. And then now he's there. What we have achieved, or rather what they are supposed to achieve. So can he first of all tell us him himself, what has he achieved in this taking? So what are they taking stock of? I mean, I don't understand. What are they taking stock of? Nothing. To borrow 1 trillion ndio nakwenda matrip za omba. Is that what they have achieved? What have they achieved? Because me, I don't know what they have achieved. I have not seen anything which they have achieved. So now this guy, is trying to divert all what they have achieved is removing the subsidy, kuleta GMO, kufanya biashara na fertilizer. That's all what they have achieved. So him himself, before he begins telling his cabinet, say, I know that you're incompetent, you better seek help. Him himself is incompetent. He needs to be the first person to start consulting and looking for assistance from people who know what they are doing with him. Asituletea hapa a lot of PR ati anatuletea meeting ya cabinet and then anatuonyesha vile wanaomba. We don't need that kind of a PR. Other presidents used to have cabinet meetings. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anajaribu ku divert attention ya Kenyans because there's nothing you have done. So now you bring for us PR ukiomba because unajua we are Christians. Now we'll be touched that you are praying before you start the meeting. Hata sisi wherever we are, we do start with prayers before meeting. So asituletee hiyo kujaribu to divert that because there's nothing much other than looting and borrowing and removing subsidies. There's nothing much is going on in the so-called government. So you should not come here and try to divert us by showing us, oh, we are in a cabinet meeting. I'm heading the meeting with prayers. So I'm a man of God. I have to start now you can be sure we are really praying and God is leading us. Leading us where? He's the one who is leading us into a deep. First of all, before anza kusema what not, atuambie wewe 1 trillion yenye aliomba anapeleka wapi. That is the first that's the first thing you should be explained to us, not coming to show us over there that anasomea his cabinet. Sasa anawasomea nini? They are just following his lead. Wanaona here there's nothing which this guy is doing, so even us, they must time and look for how we can be able to loot. That's all. Sasa akuja say, I know many of you have never moved out of your county. You need to know that you're working for the rest of Kenya. I don't want to see a file on your desk because you don't know what you are doing. Why was he putting them in the cabinet if they don't know what they are doing? Kwa nini the previous president hakujaza the cabinet with the political allies? Yeah, hakukuwa na political allies wenye wanatakikana warudishe mkono. Why was he putting professionals like Professor Magoha in education sector and the other one Matiang'i was not bringing any votes to the table. He didn't fail any political. The same thing with Magoha. They were professionals and they did a good job. And when they do good job like Ministry of Education, then he was put on top of into a better position based on his output or his performance. Sasa hawa kazi ni kumark time hapo hivyo, with their so-called president wako hapo, they are mark timing, they are doing nothing at all. Then anakuja kutuonyesha I'm really nasomea my minister. We don't need a lot of those. This kind of things is when somebody there's nothing they are doing, so they're trying to divert they're trying to divert attention of Kenyans. That all these 100 days, the only thing I've achieved ni kwenda kuomba pesa 1 trillion which I cannot account for. Nimetoa subsidy zote. Hii government inanishinda kabisa. I've never seen this kind of attackers. First of all, unaweka clowns to pay them, but in fact their clowns, their political failures, their political rejects. Then you come and put them there. They don't know anything. They don't know anything about their area or wherever you have put them. Then you are there just consult. Who are they? Why do they need to consult? Why didn't you put the experts in the right place? How can you nikuulize Bernard, wewe ni headmaster kwa shule, then unaenda unaleta una employ mtu mwenye hajui alafu unamwambia consult the other teachers. What is that? Unajua, by the way, this niliona tu kidogo, but I was like, wewe kama umeshindwa na kazi, acha kutuletea mapiari mingi hapo hivi ati you are calling your ministers for retreat. Kwani nani ndio hakukuwa, in fact Uhuru hakukuwa anaendaga retreat. In fact hata hawakukuwa anaenda, by the way, most probably hakukuwa anaenda na ministers because they were doing their job. Walikuwa na meet the cabinet meeting yenye wanakuanga nazo. That's all. Retreat ilikuwa hii mambo ya politics ya Sagana. You or your party you know, you are taking them because you want to show Kenyans that there's something which is coming, of which if it has not come until now, 100 days, over 100 days into your governance, sasa unajaribu kutuonyesha the same Kiari yenye anashindanga akipiga hapa, you know, you're going to do this, we are not subsidizing consumption, we are subsidizing production, just give us time, okay, give us 1 year, we are going to do something. Promises, empty promises, because sasa there's nothing tangible which you can show. So what you need to do is to keep promising Kenyans, giving them false hope, and then showing them the way you are really, you know, you are really working hard. They are going on retreat with your CSS, and you know the way you are talking tough there. That it's like gonna file imekaa kwa desk yako. Which kind of a president anaenda kuongea na ministers anawaambia hataki file ikae kwa meza kwa sababu they don't know what they are doing. You know, nani, I don't know. Sijui ni kama anataka kutukasirisha ama anatumock, because every day by day he just coming up with something which is yani a mockery of Kenyans. The same way alitana hiyo interview. Na mimi he was saying at the state of the nation address. Sasa or state of the nation. Sasa kuleta journalists wakuja wa kuinterview so that you can push your agenda over there of GMO and whatever. Na kusema you are curbing what is it called, extrajudicial killing. So that is your achievement. You are now curbing extrajudicial killing na unatuletea GMO so that the country can now you know take off. When Nani used to do state of the address, hakuna
Yeah, public participation, there is something
very
wrong
rarely,
with your
the
name.
once in a blue moon ndio ulikuwa unaonanga Uhuru anaongeleshwa.
Your network is failing. Your network is failing. I think you will need to either utoke urudi.
Okay, sawa.
It's failing, but you made your point. Thank you. As you rekebisha, just reboot, alafu itapik.
Okay, sawa.
Yeah, thank you. Let us keep vigilant as Kenyans. It's our duty to safeguard our country by all means, and that is remaining vigilant. Let's not be taken for a ride by people who don't know what they are doing and they have occupied the office illegally. We need to arise and be counted as a people, wale ambao tulikataa uongozi mbaya na tukasimamia ukweli kwa vyovyote vile. Hakuna haja tuendelee kucheza ngoma ambayo tunajua hii ngoma ni ya kupasuka, ama hii ngoma inatuelekeza mahali pabaya. Kama Wakenya tukatae uongozi mbaya. Hii story yote inaonyesha tu how incompetent this entire government is. From the head to the least person in that cabinet, they are all lost people. They don't know what they are doing. They are guessing their way, and they want to deceive Kenyans that they can help Kenyans. I don't see that Kenya Kwanza constituted cabinet helping anybody. Their retreatment is for their enjoyment. They are resting after overeating in Christmas. Hakuna kitu wanaongea ambacho kinasaidia nchi, na kama Wakenya tusikubali kubeba ujinga. Tusimame tuseme hii haifai, na kama haifai tunaikataa. Tuache kusema eti he was what. This Chebukati thing and Kome thing is bad news for this country, and we as a people, we can't take this anymore. We need, and that's why I'm playing those clips. Ya Zambian president, okay, mtu ako calm, collected, anaeleza situation na solution na measures zile anachukua, you can follow. He's not jumping from file to county government to a village elder to nyumba kumi, just a junction of some confusion, cobweb of things. And all of it is for what? Kama hujui, hujui. Hata ukijifanya unajua. Kama hujui, haujui. Naomba msaada, lakini kukwamilia kitu ambacho sio chako. That's how you end up. So public participation, make your conclusion before we bring in Mr. Mulumbu to make his submission.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. Thank you. So there's something else I wanted to comment. I think it was yesterday when we were talking about the registration of farmers. What I've read about this issue of GMO, how governments inaitangwa seed slavery ama kama hiyo. So what normally is done is that the governments which are trying to force this, usually African countries, they are trying to force this GMO on people. They register the farmers, all the farmers, so that now they can be able to track those who are still using indigenous seeds, and they arrest them. It becomes outlawed. The use of indigenous seeds becomes outlawed. So they are able to track, to know who is still using indigenous seeds. So these things, nani asituletea hapa, we want to know how many farmers there so that we can support them. There's nothing like that. All what they want to do, they want to register farmers so that they can be able to better control them, to force them to use GMO seeds and to outlaw the use of indigenous seeds. Because where it will reach is that the law will be amended, the constitution will be amended, or the law based on that issue will be amended so that it will be illegal for you to use indigenous seeds unless you get a permit from the government. So that is the real reason behind this issue of registering. Hakuna support which they are going to give them of fertilizer. Because are they going to support them with fertilizer na si ati wanawapea? You have to go and buy. Yeah. And of course they already know, because the census already, farmers see ati wanachanging in the land is the same and everything. So work on the data from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics of how many farmers they have. But the issue is they want to register so that they can be able to spot. They want to force farmers to use the GMO, and then those who are still holding on to indigenous seeds, washikwe ama ikwe illegal for you to use indigenous seeds or to distribute without the approval of the government. The other thing was this issue of health as well. Okay, this issue of health, the way I'm seeing it, already the guy now has come out clearly to say that before he was saying that he wants to register first, he wants to stop the health first so that he can be able to integrate other tertiary institutions like CVEX and the like. Kumbe, what was really his aim is for him to be able to stop now paying the health and say that if you are able to pay for primary school education, you are able to pay for secondary, then now you should be able to pay for university education. That is really what is behind this. Even if that thing comes back to that health which is being told, it will also be another avenue for looting, because these are my health sasa, they'll start going to people who don't, the same way inaitangwa aje ile bursary is given in a kind of a friend, unakuta at the MP or the governor is giving out the bursary to his friends who are doctors who can afford to be able to pay for their children. So that's what will happen to health. It will no longer be going to the needy. It will be now another avenue for corruption. But you see, before he started, this guy, he thinks we are very stupid. He started with telling us, I'm scrapping health because it's only for university, and now I want to integrate CVET and colleges, and is because that's why I'm scrapping it, because I want to incorporate more people. Now he has come out and said exactly what he wanted. He wanted to shelf it completely or ibaki in such a way that inapeanwa by kujuana. It's another avenue for corruption and looting. We're allocating people health loans. So this guy, everything he does is just steered in one direction, which is looting. Let me put it that way. So that the money which was going now to help needy, first of all, him himself and the wife, wamesoma kwa sababu ya hiyo health. Yeah, alikuwa analipa, alichukua help. Ama his parents is the one who paid for him and the wife. They were using help. So you should not come again and start telling us here that we are not going to be giving help to everyone. Who is everyone? Huh? Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, public participation. That is very clear and a very sad state of affairs because if you want to add students who are taking TVET to help, do you need to change the name help or you just increase the wherever allocation to help and say now we just like previously it was only for public university students. Then they say even parallel students can also be added to the same. So it's just a matter of saying the TVET students can also apply and if there is a fund they will be given. You don't need to change the name. You don't need to restructure the organization. The only reason they want to restructure the organization so that they get their people in there and use it as an avenue for looting, like you're rightly putting it. This is a man who is out to upset the system, change everything to work towards what he wants. Nani gave us here analysis yesterday about wale watu wote Uhuru alikuwa amefukuza kwa Kenya Power, amewarudisha. Kwa nini? Job yao iko available, waendelee kuokota wakisubmit. Everywhere the corruption is being put in every place so that it will be now legal to illegally acquire anything. We are going back to the Moi days. Kuna analysis ziliyopewa ambapo kulikuwa na some people from Rift Valley. Let me use that without naming a tribe. People from Rift Valley had registered a company called Government of Kenya. Okay. That company would go collect check, Government of Kenya, deposit it, and the check will be cleared. But the money will not go to the Government of Kenya. Okay. It will go to that private company. But it bears the name Government of Kenya. So like Government of Kenya inapewa grant from whichever, imeandikwa Government of Kenya. Then they will take that check and then take to the bank and cash it to their private company. So serikali ni ya kutumiwa, kujisaidia na kufanya mambo yako. We are headed there and those are the beacons. Anaweka kila mahali. Ila kila kitu kikikuja kinaelekea wapi? Kwa bedroom yake. Mungu atusaidie tuokoe nchi. Mulumbu, karibu.
Good evening, good morning wherever you are. Wakenya wenzetu walio nje, walio ndani, zote tunawashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Hii ni mwaka mpya, na hii mwaka ni ya vioja. Mtaona vioja kwa wingi. Hii mwaka ni ya watu kufa wasiojiweza. Wewe kwenda zako, kama hauna mwana, kufa kwa jiwe. Hakuna njia nyingine tutaokoka hapo. Kulingana tu vile nani amesema hapo, vile Bernard amesema hapo, Ruto anajua hii njia yote kabisa. Alitumia. Ruto hakusomea hata Ruto alisomeshwa na mzee Moi. I think some of you have heard all these stories. Ruto hakuwa mtu ambapo alikuwa vulnerable, hakuweza kupata kitu. Though parents wake hawakuwa na kitu, lakini walikuwa under Moi. That's why he got his education through to university. So hasla yenu mnasema anasema hasla hii, sijui hasla yake ilitoka wapi. That's why Moi knew him very well. Arrogance alianza nayo because alikuwa under Moi, alikuwa anatumia jina la Moi kwa harass watu. Unaona very well, hii jina ya kuuza kuku, hii kuku yanauza haikuwa yake. Alinyang'anya mzee Kamau kutoka Eldoret mwenye alikuwa anauza kuku. We have had this over here. Akachukua hiyo kibanda, ilikuwa mfanyakazi Mkikuyu alikuwa anauza kuku huko kwa Eldoret. Akamnyang'anya, akamfukuza, akamrudisha mahali alienda. Hata kama alikufa kwa sababu ya stroke, kwa sababu ya stress, hatujui. Akajimbandikia. Hivyo ndivyo Ruto alianza ubaradhuli. alipoingia kwa nini university huko akamweka kwa sababu alikuwa Baradhuli mweka akamtumia kama YK92, akaanza kusakanya mabilioni kama yeye bado mkudogo kabisa. Sasa sijui suffering yake mnaweka ni hasla hii inatoka wapi? Wakenya ndio wale pumbafu ile jawahi. Ndio sababu nawaambianga Wakenya wajinga waliisha, kwa sababu anajua wajinga wamejaa. You don't see. Amewakalia kitako, amekusanya mabilioni kama bado very young na ameakalia. So what we are talking about hii mambo sijui corruption sijui ni help sijui nini, this guy knows all this. Hizo companies zilikuwa na siphon pesa ya serikali, he was among them. Yeye mwenyewe ametengeneza makampani chungu mzima yenye ilikuwa na siphon pesa kutoka kwa serikali because he was in the government. Yeye ndiye amesiphon pesa ya agriculture, yeye ndiye amesiphon pesa ya education. This program nini propaganda zote za hiyo pesa kija naenda anaweka kwa company, pesa zikija anachukua, yeye anafanyia mambo yake. He knows these things. He's not coming to help us. Anajua hii mpango yote, ndio naona ameingia tu mara moja namna hii, pesa wazaa katoa, anajua mahali anaipeleka. Pesa ya nini ya subsidize ya petrol akatoa, anajua anapeleka. Pesa ya chakula anajua amepeleka. Pesa ya nini? Sasa ameenda mpaka pesa ya education. He knows. He knows what he's doing. Huwezi kuniambia serikali haiwezi kujua mtoto wa masikini na mtoto tajiri. It can't happen. Na katika ulimwengu tuliomo wakati wa sasa, before kama bado naendelea, Mr. Bennett, kuna clip nyingine nimetupa hapo kwa WhatsApp, ile twins wa nani anaitwa Matthew, sijui Matthew what, yule alipigania uhuru. What they did, I don't know, it was Kiambu, whatever it is. That what's supposed to be done in Kenya. Look for it and then unaweza to play here. Watu wajue what is supposed to be done. What the wananchi was they are supposed to do. So hii mambo ya kusema ya kwamba sijui subsidy, sijui watu waangaliwe, serikali knows. Bernard, serikali na kujua kama wewe ni tajiri kama wewe si tajiri. Mtoto wako pale anapo enroll, wanaangalia huyu ni mtoto wa Bernard. Bernard anajiweza. Wakaangalia wanaitwa namna gani, anaitwa public. Huyu ni public, mtoto wake ameenda shule. Public hana kazi yoyote. Mtoto hana everywhere. In family he has got nothing. Huyu mtoto wanajua from the starting the point mtoto wake alienda shule. So you can't tell us hapa unakuja unatuambia kuna wengine ukiweka subsidy, kuna wale wenye hawana uwezo, sasa pesa utakuwa nalipia wote safari moja. Is a lie. Is a lie. The government knows. Government ya siku hizi inajua mtu kutoka kwa kijiji nyumba 10, kwa sababu siku hizi wameweka nyumba 10. Every 10 homes kuna kiongozi. Wanajua hesabu ya every after 10 homes, wanajua hesabu ya watu wamezaliwa katika hiyo area, na wale wanafanya kazi na wale hawafanyi kazi. Wazee wenye wako area hiyo, wa mama wenye wako na viwete, they know what it is. Sisi hatujasoma but we can understand. Hatujasoma tukaenda huko but we can understand. What of mtu amesoma? So these are people are trying to blind us. And this is what Azimio wanted to do. From the grassroots to know what it is. Then after that, angalie every county iwe na company ya manufacturer. Then kama every county ikuwa na government pia inaweza kuwa na kampani yake. Then private company pia zinakuja ndani. Then wanaangalia hii nini county ina watu wangapi, ambacho kuweka factory inafaa mahali fulani. But these people now they are coming behind, wanataka kuchukua hiyo lakini the mpango hawana. So hizo kuniambia kwamba serikali haiwezi kulipa help. Hatunajua kuna wengine wanasomea na matajiri. Kama wanasemea matajiri, serikali inafanya kazi gani? What's the use of government? Government iko pale kuangalia watu wake from the village to the headquarter. Kila boma inajua nani anafanya kazi katika hiyo boma, nani matajiri, kwa sababu mtu yote anako tajiri. Bernard, kama wewe kapo, watu wanajua Bernard katika hii kijiji yetu, Bernard anafanya kazi kwa ni church minister na yako kwa Mtembei TV. Government inajua what you earn. Government knows how many kids you have. So hawezi kuambia kwamba Caleb inatolewa, watakuja wanaangalia nini? Wanaenga kwa data, huyu ni Julius Bernard. Ni mtoto wa Bernard. Kama anataka kuweka help, mtoto wa Bernard. Bernard anaananga pesa, Bernard anaani salary pesa fulani. Isaibu tu basi kama tunampatia kiasi fulani. But what of Mr. Public? Public hana anything. This is a poor kid. Is supposed to be funded fully. So what are you coming to tell us that you don't know? Kama sisi mafukara mafala au hatujui chochote, we never went to school, we can understand this. Wewe umesoma, what are you trying to tell us? You are fooling us. You are killing us and then fooling us. Then the other thing is happening. Amechukua machokora yote na sijui na wezi na wende kama ndio ameweka kwa cabinet. These people who never went to school to know what they can do. A secretary cabinet yafaa mtu amesoma, na especially yafaa ukipewa hiyo doc, you know what it does, that doc does. Kama wewe umepewa miss agriculture, lazima wewe umesomea hiyo agriculture, because when you can understand what to be done. Utakuchukua wale miss ya nini ya labor upatie Jumwa, na yeye mwenye hajasomea hiyo kitu, he doesn't understand it. How is she going? Anaenda kufanya hiyo kazi namna gani? Tell me. Hajasomea, hana any experience in that docket. Hana any degree in that. Hajaweka kwa class akasoma, akaangalia, akaanalyze from everything to Z, akapeleka papers, wakasign, amepita. So that akipewa docket, she knows what is going to do. Who is going to work for her? There's somebody who is going to put your work to her. So that person has to follow what is said. What the president says, hiyo secretary mwenye yuko hapa, wale wameweka chini yake watafanya. Juma ni kusaini tu. Ruto anafikia sisi ni wajinga. Sisi wengine hatu kwenda shule, lakini tuko werefu kumliko. He knows nothing. Because alibarikiwa ujanja na uongo, na aka blackmail everybody, na akawakalia. That's why alisema ya kwamba kwani mimi ni mjinga ambapo nishindwe kura. Nobody can, because he knows what he did with Uhuru 2013, and he knows what happened 2007, 2013, 2017. So he knows what he was doing. Kwani alikuwa anasema kitu anajua. Na aliyekaa na Moi akaona vile Moi alikuwa na rig election. So he went around hao watu wote, akaweka mfukoni, akasema pesa ndio kusema. Ukitoa kichwa unauawa, ukitoa kichwa wanakutoa. So mwenye yuko pale hawezi beba kichwa juu. That's what Ruto is doing right now. What is he doing in our jirani here Uganda? That's what is being done over there. Ukitoa tu kichwa namna hii, ukiongea sana wewe kwisha. Aidha wakutumie mwanamke, ama watumie your own family person kukumaliza, ama watumie mbinu wakuja kuokota kupeleke. Anyway watakupeleka. That's why we are heading now. So what we can only do as Kenyans, let's not talk too much. The only thing there to survive, Kenya had to come out. Because mtu anakuambia analeta mbolea, anakuletea mbolea na tena kuna pesa unafaa ulipe. Wewe haufanyi kazi. Hakuna mtoto mwenyewe anafanya kazi kwa familia yako. You have got nothing. Wamesema mbolea umekuletea, umeregister, unataka ulipie. Pesa unatoa wapi? Pesa hiyo naenda kutoa wapi? Kama pesa ya uzee ulikuwa nalipwa, baba yako alikuwa anapea kada 1400 ama ni 2000. My grandmother amekufa last year, alikuwa analipwa 4000 every month. Hiyo pesa imeenda. Kama angekuwa live hiyo 4000 ingepatikana na waende wanunue mbolea, anasema hiyo na nyingine chakula kule. Lakini sasa kama hiyo 4000 ishachukuliwa, huyo mbolea unaenda kununua na nini? Mbego pia anakuja ataenda kupeana bure, unaenda kununua na nini? This person is dying. He has no food, he has no medication, the son is not working, he has no food, no medication. Basi umewapatia fuliza, umeongeza umaskini wengine. Then you find the well people educate, watu wale wamesoma kwa wanafona yes, wamekuwa watu wa yes. Because wamepewa kitu kidogo, amepewa gari anaendesha, amehongwa zingine, amenunua plot mahali. Sasa he doesn't care whether people die, he doesn't care. That's what this kind of life Kenya are. Nobody cares. Hakuna mtu anajua jirani yake anakaa namna gani. Kama ungekuwa watu wanajua kwamba wewe tunakaa namna gani, unalalaje, mtu anakuongea fulani sijakuona, how are you doing? Kenya nowadays hakuna mtu atakujulia kaa hali. Bernard sijamuona siku mbili kuja kuangalia. Nobody cares. So what is happening right now, kama hatuwezi fanya vile hao watu wamefanya, hao wajukuu wanini twins of Kimathi, what they did and what people did wakati walikuwa wanataka kushikwa na polisi, that's what we support to do in the whole country. People demonstrate and say this is wrong, we cannot accept this. Lakini tu kama tutakuja hapo tunabembeleza hao, then just be ready. Mtakufa moja baada ya mwingine, moja baada ya mwingine, moja baada ya wanatawala. Thank you sana Mr. Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Mulumbu, tunashukuru kwa mchango huo na maoni yako. Na Wakenya wote kote duniani, wajibu ni wetu, tutekeleze kwa ustadi, tuhakikishe kwamba we don't surrender our country to bad leadership. Let us all rise and be counted. Esther Kabiru anasema poor people are easy to govern. And so it looks like it's a calculated opinion and determination of one William Ruto to make every Kenyan poor so that he can easily manipulate them and easily govern them for life. If we let that happen, then we'll have ourselves to blame. Let Kenyans get fed up, hit on the street, stop this madness once and for all. I'll play this video and then conclude the show. Since we have no new people joining, let's listen out to this as we wind up our programming. Thank you so much for your faithful followership and faithful support. Thank you kwa wale wote ambao umeendelea kutuma mchango wenu wa kulipa bill. We are doing well. I think we are close to having a deficit of about 20k, so probably by tomorrow we'll have finished. Tuendelee kufanya hivyo na Mungu atusaidie.
Ramaphosa a chance to prove himself. He has dismally failed. We will treat him the same way we have treated Zuma. He must leave the office with immediate effect because he has not respected his oath of office. Everywhere and anywhere where we find Ramaphosa or we see Ramaphosa and we have an opportunity to stop him from speaking in the name of South Africa, we will do so. We call upon all the fighters and the ground forces to start treating Ramaphosa as such. We will start on Thursday and it will be wire until he let go of that office. That office must be occupied by a man of integrity, not a hypocrite, not a man with double personalities.
Tuliwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya. Mliambiwa 100 days. Sahi it is 300 days. After 300 days, they will be requesting for another 2 years. After 2 years watawaambia hii muda imebaki kidogo, acha tumalize hii term. Hiyo maneno tutaangalia next term, mkitupatia next term. Hiyo ndio itakuwa campaign tool ya kwamba tulijaribu kusukisha unga ikatushinda, sasa mtupe twende tujaribu tena. Kwa hivyo narudi kurudia na kusema kwamba mulikuwa wajinga na bado sasa mumegundua kwa uwazi ya kwamba kweli mulikuwa wajinga. Kwa sababu muliambiwa 100 days, now it is a year. Very soon it will be 2 years, 3 years until 5 years. Na niko sure hiyo kinyangarika ambayo kimekaa katika kiti ya president ya Kenya, na narudia kwamba ni hiyo kinyangarika, kwa sababu we never voted for you. Na nitasema tena mara kwa mara,
tumesema kabla ya Disemba mwaka huu, serikali hii ya Kenya Kwanza tutahakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya atakuwa na bima ya afya ya NHIF kabla ya Disemba mwaka huu. Every citizen.
And on that note, I wanted to end the show there. Public participation. Do you have something to say?
Let me let me just tell Kenyans, unajua kuna watu wengine they are still in UDA or rather nini Kenya Kwanza, and they still actually believe, you know, there are people who are like that, you know, like personally myself, my mother alisupport huyo jamaa na ako diverted, anaona akikuja aanze kusema, you know, if you are a TF and you don't know what you are doing, if you don't know what you are doing, consult. I know many of you here, you don't know what you are doing, and you have not even left your county, you don't know the country, and so you don't know, you need to consult, you come to me, even call me. If you don't know what you are doing, just call me, you know. Sasa watu ya UDA, some of them who akili bado haijafunguka ama they are not, yani I don't know, this a state of denial ama ni nini. They are really carried away by that PR exercise which this guy likes doing from time to time, that mimi nakula GMO, ama nilikuandika kama CS and you're incompetent, come to me. Kenyans don't ask themselves, why should you be having an incompetent, why should the president, who knows very well, he has been in government since 2008, talk about, put people there who don't know what they are doing. So he wants to put people there who don't know what they are doing, ndio yeye aweze kusiphon vizuri. Kwa sababu akiweka mtu competent who he has expertise in that area, he'll have hard time manipulating them to loot on his behalf. Because now mtu mwenye amesoma atakwambia hapana, no, this is not this, lakini mtu mwenye hajasoma or rather mwenye that's not their area, utamwambia you don't know what you are doing, let me show you what you are going to do, then anakusaifonia unaweka kwa akaunti yako. So he wants most of the nini ama all of them zikuwe zinapitisha inaingia kwa akaunti yake. So that's really why, because you don't want to tell me that the other presidents walikuwa wajinga, they were not taking the people who are supporting them, political reject ama failure, to come and put them, especially in important dockets like defense, interior, you know. Sasa okay, fine, una reward Kindiki because he supported you and he brought for you Tarakaniti vote, na hukumpea vice president. So here you are, umempea docket ya interior. Jamaa is like, even him himself, you know, nani anakwanga mtu sincere sana, Kindiki. Hata yeye mwenyewe he is out of his element kabisa, out of his element. So anashindanga kwa ma-PR, you know, watu by the way, that is all what it is, PR. Because wherever they've been put, hata mtu haelewi chenye inaendelea hapo, ama he doesn't even get. So nani is there, ako busy kwa press, you know, threatening those people, threatening our bandits, we are going to deal with you. It's like anataka kunegotiate now sometimes, you know. Aya mwenyewe, you know, sometimes you can give somebody docket imshinde nani Bernard. Hata kama yeye ni professor, anashindwa sasa. This thing imekuwa headache, because like hii issue ya bandit imekuwa headache from the beginning of this nation, ama from Moi time. Hata Moi mwenyewe aliachana na hiyo mambo, akasema wacha waendelee, because alituma watu huko wakauliwa. Kuna time Achopa which was shot down, so it's a complex issue, you know. But nani sasa ajui the head or tail. Yeah, all what he thinks is working is try to talk tough and at times try to bembeleza those people if they can stop. You know, that's what happens when you put people who are you are just doing it so that 2027 waweze kukuletea vote. Because nani, if you ask yourself logically, why is he putting people who are incompetent in the respective dockets? Because these people watamletea votes in 2027. Number two, these people, if you want to siphon money, it's easy for him to siphon from somebody who is not an expert in that area. Okay, na kukuja hapa sasa kutuambia mambo ya extrajudicial killing, ati sijui kuna alikuwa anasema nini, ati Nairobi area police Nairobi area police, ati kuna container pale watu walikuwa wanauliwa. Now you want to tell me that information ameipata sahi? Is that what he's trying to say? That yeye hakukuwa na fununu at all, that this is what is going on? So you can see this guy is desperate. Anatafuta any type of PR which can be able kupiga PR which does not demand any performance, or achievement, so that Wakenya waone tuko pamoja. Unajua, I'm going to take care of your interest. Hakuna siku mtoto wako kama ni mwizi, hakuna siku atasiku yapelekwa kwa container Nairobi area uliwe huko, then aende atupwe Yala ama Garissa. It will never happen under my watch. So, you know, those kind of things which they don't demand anything. Unajua, it just demands that ukuje useme that this was happening and I'm going to stop it. Lakini tangible achievements which are taking Kenyans somewhere, hakuna hata moja. Ni ma-PR mingi tu. I'm talking tough to my CSS. I'm stopping extrajudicial killing.
So thank you. Thank you, public participation. Let's conclude it there. Inaonekana net yako pia ime...
Kenyans, by the way, already in the... Okay, sawa.
Okay.
Sawa. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana public participation for that conclusion, and we want to appreciate everybody who participated into our show today. I believe we are doing well as we proceed with these discussions. Let us up the game. Let's not play games. Let's not subject ourselves to bad leadership. We can reject, resist, stand against all manner of incompetence in the high seats of authority in the land by Kenyans demanding the very best into the place. So let's keep the conversation going. Thank you, and thank you again. Those of you who haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Those of you, there are other feeds that will be coming in the course of the day. Probably my night school teachers will come later. They will start their own feed. But usilege, usirudi nyuma. Tunasonga mbele kwa pamoja kuhakikisha kwamba nchi hii haitaharibiwa na viongozi ambao hawafai, na tukubali kama mtu hafai, hata kama ana jina kama la kwako ama kama anatoka sehemu yako. Kama hafai, and we shouldn't allow anybody or anyone take Kenyans for fools. He wants to be the head of all the ministries, the head of all departments, the head of all marriages, the head of everything in the country. He's obsessed with the old KANU politics, the old KANU Kenya of number one of everything. That will not happen under our watch. So let's pray and work towards achieving that. Also, I want to appreciate those of you who are participating into Let Us Pay Our Bill. So please, let's keep doing that. We conclude that by tomorrow. Raising the deficit, tumalizia na hii maneno, tuendelee na mjadala, and then we will take also our debate further kuna demand ya wale watu wanataka show ianze mapema saa 2 ili wa Kenya locals can participate in it. When we start a bit late, we are locking out some important participants. And for that to happen, we may need to have some kind of structured operation, because chairing the meeting from 8 p.m. to right now, it will be a tall order. But by God's grace, we'll have the energy, the capacity to keep going. Asanteni sana. Tafadhali tukutane tena masaa mengine tukianza kipindi baadaye. God bless you. Enjoy your day. Those of you having your day, enjoy your night. Those of you having their nights, let's do this again later on some other time.